All right, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us for the Wayward session 76.
Let's go, Wayward.
Yay.
All right, so we are currently in the labyrinth of Felgum, particular a chamber that's kind of teleported in kind of underneath. This is on the Isle of the Blessed, rest assured, because this is the water of the Old One. The Well of the Nine Realms, the reason why they call it Nine Realms, because they actually refer to it as Nine Realms of Magic. Kind of the Felgum researchers and how they understood is that chaos and how it divulged into the arcane through the efforts of whoever created the magic and the weave. It created the realms of the magic, these like domains, if you will. And those are almost a pool of arcane that could be used and manipulated, that kind of thing. That's why this actual chamber is called this, right? And because the Old One and the way they speak of chaos and power and stuff, the Felgum researchers believed that the waters and the properties that they gave them, and way before these manifestations of these amorphic beings of chaos and purple and pink lightning, that was described long ago to your party, except for Kit, right? Kit, you're kind of new to the branch here. Led them to believe that the Old One might have some doing with the creation of arcane magic, right? Or some powers over it. So this is a little bit of maybe a dedication, right? But more or less, this is a place to study. This is where they did their research on the particular waters, extracting samples, and then take them to other places within the labyrinth, or even perhaps their own personal chambers to conduct studies. These are gnomes. So everything's small. As I described when you were here in Felgum before, most of the people who went to this studious educational institution were gnomes. So a lot of the desks and the chairs and everything is like small size. And so, personally, you, Kit, towering over, looking at things where you might feel like you're kind of having to step through. And how did we get to this point? Well, last session, we went into the Dragon's Hoard easel room. We then began to go through the series of Gauntlet, particularly puzzles or combats, right? And so the last one that we went through was a maze, and that maze was in the belly of some beast. And you fought the belly of the beast, so to speak, as well as the dragon wormlings. And then you fought a big ass fucking dragon, and you got a shit ton of gold, shit ton of coin. Got a lot of moolah. Now, magical items. You've got some very powerful magical items as well. That was particularly not in the last session, the session before that. And so overall, I think at this point, your party's feeling pretty great about their choice of coming back here, considering of how much experience you've gained, as well as the magical items you've had. Now, we ended the session really quickly. We kind of just skirted through because I narratively interpreted you were going to use the transmogrifier to stun the constructs, those Felgum Mark IVs, in order to get to the Well of Nine Realms. Remember, the labyrinth is full of them in those vats in the sunken areas, and they emerged to attack last time, right? And you had those little drone things that were whirling, and they were kind of pinging, sending alarms. You got into this area, but narratively, you triggered, right, in order to get here. And so there's no way to stealth through. We figured that out. And you're then able to get here. Two of you gained a gift. Right? So, yeah, naughty Costas. Zell. Yeah, we had a whole little fun there. So Costas, your thing is something to do with bonding your life with another life. I think we had like a wording bond situation arise in conversation. And then your gift, Kit, was to do with power, right? Essentially like taking that power of your enemy, so to speak. We've yet to explore those. And of course, free to explore them. If you want to do it now, you technically could, but you're in a little bit of a predicament because you have to get out of here. In order to get out of here, you will teleport from that platform to the labyrinth, where those constructs are pretty much lying in wait right now as they're getting rid of the stuns from the transmogrifier. So you can make a decision here. You know that the gnomish runes and the glyphs actually prevent teleportation. So there's no real way that you can get out of here in terms of teleporting out. Beyond the platform that you're presented with. It doesn't mean you can try to think of some creative way of perhaps teleporting and then running, just like you did last time. trying to skirt by those constructs without fighting them. But remember, you're at a significant power level difference here, and you have Kit at your disposal to be able to frontline and take that damage. You saw how well they did against the dragon, even after all those crits that they took. Just fucking taking them. So, floor is yours.
It tickled. It tickled.
I suggest that our next move from here probably be maybe one of the other towers, maybe the time tower, divination one. So I've yet to learn anything from Muldrin's notes.
Okay, so the question is, do we fight our way through those golems, or do we try and skirt around?
I don't think there's any real way to skirt around them. I think we take out what we can and move on. So I'm pretty sure they might put up another defense like they did last time.
Fight
Is
it
there no way to control them?
There's a way to stun them, but that's going to be one at a time. Same way we came in. Might be difficult if they're all standing guard right outside.
Well, I say we fight. But I don't think that's a surprise to anybody.
Lean forward, good buddy. It's time
Now-
to smash some robots.
Let's keep in mind we're gonna fight, but those things, if I remember, are near endless. So maybe we just fight and move, keep moving till we get to the next tower.
I mean, they did almost kill us the last time we were here, but I don't know. Feel like we could take them this time. Got this big ugly orc with us now. He'll be able to lop a few of their heads off.
Right? Again, though, I don't think it's just a matter of a few.
Ugly.
No offense, Mitt, brother, but you are not my type.
I mean,
Maybe just need a few drinks.
Oh,
I
that
got it.
always
I'm
helps.
not Costas. I understand that, but ugly?
It was a figure of speech. I'm sure your late wife found you very attractive before you bloodily murdered her.
I mean, I would assume so. Well,
I mean, she didn't
I'll
marry
have
you
to-
for money, right?
I mean, I have the most money that I've ever had in my life right now. I have 6 gold pieces. I'm rich.
That'll do. That'll do.
So, I don't know where I'm going or what I'm doing. I'm more than willing to fight. If we're going to fight and move, somebody will have to lead the way other than me. And you said these are endless?
As far as we could tell, there's these little vats that they come out of, and they just kept on streaming out of them like ants out of an ant.
So why not destroy the vats?
I mean, does your sword work on water?
I mean, my sword works on anything.
Well, by all means, then slice and dice.
Well, if we can find Ford, there might be a way that we can find the center control of this all. Maybe shut down the vats, shut down the automation. He couldn't do it, but maybe he knows where it's at. Might be.
Okay, so Kit understands the plan to be go, fight, move, get somewhere safe.
Basically.
Close enough.
Do we know where the tower is out of game or out of character?
I have it written down. I know where Ibar, I believe the Chronergy Tower was at the bottom right, and the divination is on the opposite side.
Yeah, you have explored where these portals go to. We don't need to have you move your tokens through and try to figure out where the platforms teleport you at. You know how to get to Library Absolute. You know how to get to the actual chambers of education, the actual classrooms, right? You have been to those chambers. You went in. And the one chamber in the tower that you did not actually kind of go in, but you know where the platforms go because you, one of you ended up, I think a couple of you actually went there and then you're like, and then you went back, was this other tower which holds the chambers that the professors and the like Porrig, right, his chamber, right, that's that tower. That's it, just holds like their bed chambers and their other stuff, right? And you had gone into there, but then you were like, oh no, this is not where we need to go, and then you like got out because when we're in here, we were here for a very particular purpose, and we realized that just simply was not the place that we wanted to be.
Question is that tower, is that the Archmage Tower or
Yeah, that's the Archmage Tower. Yep.
Oh, okay.
In order to kind of help Kid out, because Kid's probably going to be leading us, Israel will use prestidigitation to conjure up a small image of like a layout and be like, this is where we are. This is the path we go.
All right.
Okay.
Mm.
So the path in particular here is where are we? So when we leave here, where are we running? Is that to the Archmage Tower then?
I believe we're going to the Chronergy Tower.
Oh, where the classrooms and stuff are. Right, that chamber of many circles, right? Gotcha. Okay. Sounds good.
Oh, Kit, do I have permission to use my ability on you to like test it out? Like, when needed, like in combat.
When you touch me, do I have permission to break your hand?
You're gonna do this in combat? Wow, you're gonna test unexplored magic in combat. That's fucking crazy.
I mean, this is Lucas we're talking about.
I mean, it sounds like it could only be helpful. I mean, I don't know what could possibly what else I could possibly do.
It's a fair warning, Costas. In combat, I am not necessarily my charming, nice self like I am now.
Mhm.
So if you touch me, the best thing that could probably happen is I just break your hand. The worst thing
see.
that probably happens, you only have one hand left.
Does that include lay on hands, or is that just this building?
You should probably tell me first before you do anything.
Okay.
Unless you want to be fighting one-handed.
Okay.
Worst comes to worst, we could always drag your ass back to that genie, turn you into a rat.
Yeah, I'd love for you all to go back to that G, man. That was
How
fucking
would that
funny.
I was-
It's not supposed to help, genius.
Strongest rat ever.
I was the strongest rat ever, guys.
It's like here, monkey paw. Here, take it.
I was so strong.
Mhm.
That was the best gift ever.
Strongest rat there was.
Hey, I
And
actually wonder
ever
what his
will
stats
and
were
ever
as
will
rat.
be.
I mean, he was the strongest rat. Did he have 30 strength?
Can't tell you
No,
what
no,
the
I-
strength was.
I did have a kit rat stat sheet though.
Oh, that's
Player
great.
sheet.
That's awesome.
Yeah. All right. So where do I step to do this?
Oh, on this portal.
Yeah. Are you all going together then at the same time?
Is everybody ready?
Yeah, I think we should all go.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Let's get her done.
Through the breach.
Ow, Costas, move your feet. Don't step on me.
Okay. Sorry.
All right, here we go.
Good start already.
And there they are.
Okay, so as was kind of described upon getting here before, you were aimed at the green platforms to teleport through the wall, and then you're braced with like a wall of force of protection that was here around this portal. You had removed that through your efforts. That's already gone. It simply just is not here. The doors from the labyrinth into the various chambers are shut. Some of them are open, which are no doors at all, right? So the one on the north side shows the kind of dueling chamber, right, where you can cast magic and spar back and forth. We have that little bit of rejuvenation with some of the spells that we're using or some sort. And so we're recollecting, right, a little bit. But as we use the transmographer, remember the transmographer takes an action to use and it stuns them for 1 minute. That's a long time, but remember that's a one action thing. So as you're pressing forward and you're stunning them, you're able to stun them and take no combat, get to the wall, but you've spent over a minute. So now that stun is off, it's worn down, and they're moving again. As they're moving again, they're taking the stone, right? And we talk about the stone of walls actually melts, right? So it kind of phases out as if they're clearing an archway for themselves to pass through the wall to embrace and attack you all and get ready for you to come through. And as showcased based about the amount of time that you spent down there, these creatures are actually not right on the platform. They're in the process of being unstunned and then coming closer to the platform because you did not take that much time down there. And so giving you maybe perhaps the benefit of the doubt. I need all of you to roll initiatives. And then we have D8s, I'd imagine, still.
No, we took a long rest.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We've yet to use that again. All right. All right, so I have you stacked up. It's only 4 here on the platform, but I'm assuming that one of you is easy enough to step off on your turn. No reason you can't stack at this stage. Just be mindful.
This isn't the. Is this his whole teleporter room? To
No,
get to
this
the other towers, or-
this is not the Chamber of Many Circles. Remember, this is the chamber of that enters you into the Well of the Nine Realms. This is what you teleported down. These green platforms are only there to traverse through the wall segment, which has now been removed by the golems and activating their defense mechanisms. I'm not playing the alarm, but there's an alarm happening right now, so you can hear that sound.
Trying to remember where that was in case we're moving, but just in case the one closest to us, I'll target it and use the transmogrifier again, just to get that one.
Okay, if you're looking for the Many Circles, that Chamber of Many Circles, it was north. So that was the easiest access point, was north in that sparring chamber. Makes a lot of sense, right? Coming from their classrooms to spar, that kind of thing. So you know you have to go north at this point.
Got it. So I'll stop that one. On that one, step off the platform. All right, that one's good, and I'll keep moving forward. And then heavy will come out. And turn.
Okay. All right, so we're going to stun the one on the north. Ooh, no, I removed the effect. That sucks. Hold on. I had a whole effect for this thing put on the transmogrifier, and I think I deleted it. All right. Give me one quick second. Let me try to see if I can put this back on. I literally just did it. I was like, oh, I got to put some... There we go. And the one on the north is the one you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay. Ah, gotcha. There you go.
Nice.
All right, Istro.
All right, let's Blade Song. Let's just with a Steel Wind Strike.
Right off the rip. 25. Oh my. 25 hits for 4 points of damage.
You know what?
Oh
We're
my
doing it for
God.
the damage. It's okay. We're over here now. And we're just gonna keep going. Hit a 30. Actually, oh, I would have seen that. There's other.
The other one?
Yep. Yeah, we're just gonna hold a position here and try to guard off the out.
Okay.
That'll be it.
All right. All right, Kit.
Yeah, I'm just taking. Man, I have no idea how fast these things can move. So off the rip, I'm gonna bonus action rage.
Okay.
Man, I don't want to leave you guys sitting here on the platform. You guys' initiative is really low. Kit's gonna hold his attack for the first one that comes into melee range.
Okay.
I mean, just like metagaming a little bit, Costas and I aren't exactly easy to kill. And it'd be better if they didn't just swarm us right in the middle.
Fight and move, fight and move.
That move.
That was the plan. Fight and move. Again, you sure
You gonna
control
be
your
okay?
character.
Are you gonna be okay here?
Bet your ass we will.
So I'll use 40 feet of movement. I guess sorry, I probably should have stopped there. And I will come over here like that, and I will stay right here next to freaking, why am I forgetting names here? Next to Israel.
Israel.
Okay.
I was gonna say Claire for a second there. I was thinking Friday night, and I'll end my turn. And
Crushing
it's just what
forward.
happen.
As it crushes forward, it is going to look to potential targets. I'm going to apply the Aura of Courage and Protection as it lowers itself down and begins to vent lightning out of the vents. And the lightning will be vented in terms of targets towards 2 targets. And that will be aimed at Dirty Joe and Costas.
Okay.
Succeeding with 2 20s here, you're able to half the 35 points of lightning to 17. Ends turn. Rushing forward 20 feet, then goes in for 2 slam attacks.
When
Natural
it comes
1.
to strike, I'll temporal shunt this one.
Okay. Alright, so you're going to send a past figure of yourself. Oh, no, that's temporal intuition, not shunt. I'm reading the wrong thing.
Yeah. This is just a.
You have so many.
Your turn.
Honestly, you have a lot of things named temporal, and like I just
know.
looked at it and I was like, "Damn, that's a lot of temporal." All right, so you target the triggering creature, which must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw or vanish, being thrown to another point in time and causing the attack to miss or the spell to be wasted. At the start of its next turn, the target reappears where it was or in the closest unoccupied space. It has failed its Wisdom save, 18, and it'll pop out of existence, turning itself. Slumbers across the ground, intruders, and begins to work itself forward. It's going to make 2 slam attacks, 1 at Istriel. 26 is a miss. Istriel, nimble, dodging, as the gauntlet crumbs down, crushes into the stone, picks itself up, and then kind of comes in for like a punch with the other gauntlet in the direction of Kit. That is going to be a 17, which misses. You see as it strikes into the column pillar, kind of sloped down through and chips through, and you're able to take the opportunity, Kit, and just duck underneath it. Ends its turn. This one is stunned. Another enters the fray. Costas, 2 slam attacks coming your way. 26 hits. You take 28 points of damage. Next attack comes through. 21 is a miss. You brace your shield as it crushes in, denting it. Ending turn. You hear the movements and commotion of another creature. A Mark. Remember, these, by the way, these are Mark 8s, just FYI. The book you have is for a Mark 4, if you didn't recall. Lore-wise, anyways. So you can see this construct beginning to crush as it begins to move, adjusting itself. It then begins to turn. This is a full movement, and then it's going to make a dash to get into space. Number 1, stunted. Another one fills. What's going to happen there? Dirty Joe, you're up. Sort of crushing himself. All right, Dirty Joe.
All right. Well, I'm going to provoke the attack of opportunity. Just going to move back.
All right, it will take it.
Yeah.
23 will hit you. You take 26.
Oof. Okay. And just because this worked the last time, even though it was a really lucky roll, I'm going to try to use Ensnaring Strike. So.
Okay, so you first have to hit with your bow. Yep, 27. Successful. And we deal 12 there. Go ahead and do the Ensnaring Strike. Succeeding with the 23 versus your DC 15. They're not ensnared.
Fair enough. All right, one more shot then. Ooh, natural one.
Not a great attack on that one. So you're kind of
Oh,
seeing, you're looking through the legs of the stun construct. You're trying to find an angle. You might be in like a half crouched position, and you just strike in to, right underneath the construct, kind of where the groin area would be.
Oh well. We'll move out of the way a little bit more, and that'll be it.
Ending turn. Another crunch. Costas, you can see one on the other side. As it turns and looks, sees the area is blocked, turns his attention, and continues to move along the path, 60 feet in terms of its movement on the dash as it crunches. Intruders located. And it begins to approach, now on the northern side, coming from the east. Costas, you are last on the turn order.
Was change shape an action?
Change shape for from the stone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna cast Sanctuary on Othala.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna change shape into an owl.
Oh, just like a standard tiny owl.
Yeah, tiny owl.
I did not set up transforming for the custom settings here.
Yeah, I don't think there's an action to use the stone.
Yeah,
so
it's gonna be. You're not gonna have equipment. Let's see.
What species of owl?
Oh no!
Yeah, is this gonna be a ground owl? It just can't run.
I think if I say a snowy owl, there's gonna be even more Zelf references, but I think that's the only one. What kind of owl would be native to Costas's homeland of Athema? Because I mean, it's a kind of based on Athema's terrain. They'd probably have owls, so just whatever would be naturally seen there.
You're asking our DM like native ornithology lessons in his lore book now?
It doesn't need to like tell us it. Just like whatever he thinks would like be normal to see in Athema or the surrounding area. Like a great owl, a snowy owl, just whatever. Nothing like weird. Just what he's seen before, basically.
I don't have any way of just because you maintain your hit points and your hit dice.
Yeah, I know. It's we probably should have set the macro beforehand.
I think. Well, there's no macro to send. We're really relying on Foundry's ability to do this. The best I have a wild shape and a polymorph, but both of those are essentially going to give you the new health, right? And so I'm actually trying to set up a custom setting right now.
Can we just take over the change shape from a dragon since it works the exact same?
There's no automation for that change shape feature. That's what you're
Oh,
wondering.
what? There's automation for everything. Okay.
I'm gonna change you to an owl, and then I'll change your hit points. I think that's the best way that I can do this. You have 145 out of 100. All right, you're beefed up now.
Cool.
All right, so you're going to retain your alignment, hit points, hit dice, ability, speak, proficiency, ledger resistance, layer actions, and intelligence, wisdom, charisma scores, as well as this action. And so except its statistics and capabilities are otherwise replaced by those of the new form, except any class features or linear actions of that form. So you are not going to have your aura, correct?
I think I should still have my class features. Right? I think we talked about that. I can't like smite because I don't have weapons, but the aura should still be going
Yeah,
off.
the aura should still be good. All right, I'm gonna revert you back here. There's a way I can get this to work here. I just saw it.
Honestly, it might just be easier to like have a second token picture of an owl.
I think I got this. All right, there you go. Features kept. So that is exactly how it should be in a chain shape.
Cool. How much? Where's the movement speed? First, I had to check my movement speed.
You have a fly speed of 60 feet.
60 feet. Cool. Thank you. Yeah. So then I'll just fly to like. Yeah. Let's see what's going on over here.
It's a nice looking owl.
Yeah. I cannot see anything. Is that normal? I mean, I can stick 10 feet.
That is correct. You should not have any sight from the token transformation. But your owl should have 120 of dark vision. Voila.
Perfecto. Okay, let's just pop to like there then.
Okay.
And end turn.
All right, ending turn. We're now going to come to your turn, Othala.
All right. I'm gonna hand a bee to Heavy. Heavy is going to ready in action for when the next construct comes back to launch the bee in this room, and then jump into the teleporter and fly away. I'm gonna run through there and then turn.
Hold on. Can we just take a moment? Did you just say that you're going to have Heavy literally, like, kamikaze here? Is that what I'm hearing? Gotcha. Nice.
That's exactly what I'm doing, and I'm going to walk up.
Kit looks at the pouch on his wrist that he gave him and is like, "Was that supposed to be me?"
No, it's different. But before I would have walked away from the construct, I'm gonna cast Shocking Grass. I still have my action.
You have Sanctuary on you.
I do not attack.
Well, you could. You just break it.
Yeah. I'm not gonna waste it. I'll let it be. And I'm just gonna.
Dude, your flying monkey is going to start suing for labor rights here. A few more moves
So,
like that.
Heavy grabs
the
the
only
bead
one
from
getting
you.
unions.
Right, boss, I got this. Come on, you motherfuckers! And begins to look left and right. Of course, that's out loud, isn't, who knows? It's true.
Yeah. I was gonna see here.
All right, 24 hits. You deal 11.
Oh, it's not adding the extra 5.
From...
So at this 14th level, when I'm in Blade Song, I get additional modifier to melee attacks equal to intelligence modifier.
All melee attacks?
Yeah.
Okay, we can add. We'll do that manually for now. Looks like the Blade Song automated CPR, so it's an actual macro that's being ran. So, let me see actually if there is in a configure. No, it's just update replace. Okay. All right, so +5 onto the 11 there. So we'll add 5 more. And then it works for your Booming Blade because it's all melee attacks. 20 with the flank is going to hit. And that'll deal 23 total points of damage.
Yeah, let's do one more offhand.
20 hits. That'll deal 16.
And then we run.
Do you have mobile?
Nope. Go ahead and swing. If
Yeah, well, that's
if
gonna
they so
try.
choose. Yeah.
Wait, choose miss.
I mean, with a 92 AC, I don't know why mobile would be required there. You know.
Yeah.
30 armor class. Yeah.
Yeah.
30 armor class plus haste. He already has mobile. Mission.
Yeah. All right. Kit's gonna see him swing at Israel and go into a reckless attack on him.
26 hits. Deals 37 total points of damage. Crushed through its leg. Begins to kind of falter backwards.
And I'll take another attack on him. Baby. There we go. Oh, look at that, baby.
There it is.
Natural 20. Okay.
And he's going to follow the lead here of run and move his... I'm telling the measure tool. Hit the space bar, and run. And I do not have mobile. So, here it took his
Reaction's already taken.
reaction. Yep. And that will end my turn.
So the held is could be triggered when they're all. Run through me one more time.
I was pretty sure that the other one was going to come back, but when I put it for when the other construct comes back from the shunt to launch the bead.
Gotcha. Yeah, we haven't come around to their turn yet. Starts at their turn, they come back, right? Okay. This one is going to turn around, seeing that the pathway's blocked. They're then going to make way 25 feet. Turning to the right and using the remainder of their movement speed, walking out of the chamber. This one is going to shunt, come back, filling an unoccupied space, which is going to bounce them. It's going to bounce them back or forward here.
It says
Can't go top or
unoccupied.
down. Yeah, basically it has to fill a space that's unoccupied, so it's either going to have to go left or it's going to have to go right. I'm actually going to roll a 1d2 here. I'm going to have 1 be left, 2 be right. Let's see if prediction is going to go left. That's just simply going to put it back on that space. You held action at this stage. Their shun has ended. So at this point, what is the spell being cast?
Heavy's gonna cast Black Tentacles in the entire room, and then
Okay.
teleport through the.
All right. Why don't you go ahead and throw out those black tentacles from your character sheet here, so that way the DCs and everything are correct, and you can simply throw that thing down in that room. And if not, we can just manually do some stuff here. I don't know how it's going to interact with the walls, honestly.
Well, it's going to cover them in tentacles, obviously.
It's going to get only heavy. Just kidding. I'm going to roll for heavy. The 2 golems will fail. Okay. And then you said you're going to have a heavy throw it down, and then they're going to flee.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna flee and then can use all their movement to run up. That's...
Shit. So they're going to be out of the actual thing. They're going to use all their movement. Unfortunately, with a held action, they don't really have movement they can take. So that's the only problem with the plan.
On the next turn, when it
Can't
comes
hold
back.
movement. Yeah.
Yeah.
All what I'll do here is I'll get them into a spot that makes sense to throw the bead, because they could throw it down within. So I'll put them there because I'm measuring the distance. They can throw it upwards of like 10 to 15 feet, the bead. So we'll just go ahead and say that they're like out of that template and they're further north in that direction, throwing it, and then we'll come around to the next. The 2 constructs are going to fail here. Now, these squirming ebony tentacles that emerge covering the portal and around, they're going to affect the 2 creatures. So when a creature enters the affected area for the first time in a turn or starts its turn there, the creature must succeed in a dexterity saving throw or take 3d6 bludgeoning damage and be restrained by the tentacles until the spell ends. The creature that starts its turn in the area and is already restrained, they take the damage immediately. They cannot actually go through the save. So I'm not going to assign anything quite yet. I'm just going to basically assign it on the start of their turn because that's how it operates. This creature is going to then move in this direction with the dash. It's going to come west and then north as if it's tracking. See another one in front of it. Ending its turn, reaction taken. It's going to step forward, and you're not concentrating on this. Heavy's concentrating on it, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. All right, they're going to deploy a lightning breath here. Both of your targets. If you take damage with all, just don't roll the concentration check. But we're going to keep it on you because it's coming from your token at this point for the effect and stuff. Both of you are going to succeed. This is lightning damage. Looks like we're going to have 49 total points of lightning damage to 24. And again, it'll probably prompt you, Athala. Just don't roll it. Don't click it. You're fine.
This is suddenly not looking very good.
All right, creature is going to end its turn. This one is still stunned. We now have the tentacle rolling up for damage. 14 total points of damage. And then, a creature restrained by the tentacles can use its action to make a strength check against the spell save DC. The spell save DC is 20. It's going to make that strength check right now. Natural 1. Nice. So straight. Ends its turn. This one will take 14 points of damage as well. And it's going to do the same exact thing to try to rip itself out of these tentacles. 20. That is going to meet the DC. They're able to break out of the tentacles as his action, no longer restrained. Difficult movement to step out, so 10 feet. And they use their dash here already. Sorry, I moved too fast. They're going to be right there. Okay. All right, Dirty Joe. It's your turn.
Okay, bonus action. Gonna take a potion of greater healing because those guys hit me for way more than I was expecting.
All right, you're going to recover 18.
All right. Then I'm going to move up the
There's a-
stairs a bit. Oh, sorry,
careful.
what?
You got a wall right there, so just FYI.
Okay, I'll do it. I am going to incur an attack of opportunity, aren't I?
In order to get around the corner, yeah, you'll
Yeah.
take another one. Unless you disengage, you still have an action to take.
Mm,
But as
But
we
I wanna
recall,
deal
these
damage.
creatures have a feature.
and that feature was?
I'm not going to say it.
Well, I
Can we
don't
tell
remember
him
it,
if we
so...
remember?
Nope, I'm going for it.
I'm assuming they have like Sentinel or something.
Yeah, yeah.
They used to have Sentinel. That's suddenly.
Oh shit.
They also had like I think it was resistance or immunity to radiant, which is why I basically turned into an owl. I'm just like, I'm not attacking
Yeah,
them.
you think Porig did anything to these things? Come on.
Oh yes, the mad gnome.
The bad gnome.
What do I got to roll for that attack?
You don't have to roll anything. They're going to attack you, right? You're not going to disengage?
No, I'm not.
18 is a miss.
Hey, lucky. I guess that was 30 feet. I'm just gonna, with targeting him. Do I want to use Gift of the Chromatic Dragon right now? Not yet. I'm just gonna attack him with Slayer's Prey and then keep moving.
18 is going to be a miss.
Only an 8. Well, that sucks. Okay.
16 will also be a miss.
Balls. Alright. Well, using the full 40 feet, that'll be that.
All right, you send 2 arrows out, planking into that hefty armor that they have. Also noting that they took a crit. Last time they weren't being critted upon, now they are. Creature begins to step forward, moving 10 feet here. Seemed to kind of warble itself. Weird. That's able to come to you. This is 30 feet total to come to your right-hand side with Alla. And after moving 30 feet here, there's 2 slam attacks that are going to be upon you.
What about Sanctuary?
Oh yeah, you have Sanctuary. Let's roll the Wisdom save. Looks like when you threw the spell out, it wanted to throw off, which makes a lot of sense, and we had a caster from you. I'll apply this so I remind myself. What's the DC against the hit?
Let
you?
me check quickly. This has been a while since I used this. Oh, I got rid of my spell, so I turned into an owl. I got rid of yeah, it's 15 spell is my spell DC. Is that? Yeah, it's 15 spell DC.
Your DC is 16 from Costas, which is who casts the Sanctuary spell. And it's a saving throw. 8, so the attack misses. And they're going to do another one for the other attack, so it's 2 slam attacks. And a 2, both missing from Sanctuary, and there's no other targets they can attack with the slam, wasting as they strike through the magical barrier, almost directed by that divine presence into the ground to the left-hand side.
Oh, it changed my DC to intelligence, so I became an owl. Okay.
Owl time. It's not perfect, my man. But you're an owl. That's what matters.
Would I still have spellcasting when I became an owl? Because
No.
it's a class feature. Oh, that's not good. Okay.
Oh, you're talking about your
Yeah.
spells.
Yeah, my spells. Because it's a class thing that I have spells.
Class feature spell casting. Well, for you, yeah. But what you change into, that's ruled not. So, but yes, your spells are still viable.
Okay. I don't need those now, but next time we do this.
Didn't think you did, but yeah, I think there might be a couple options. Again, there is like 30 things, so I was trying to read through them as quickly as possible when I changed to an owl.
We're gonna need to find a way to do this because it's gonna be really complicated.
I'll have to create something or find something for it probably.
Yeah.
It's not really common for players to change their shape, so it doesn't really come up in conversation.
I think you did have a way of doing it already. Okay. Do I remember which portal we were gonna take, or is it just any of these?
All 4 of them go to the same place.
Cool. Okay, I'm just gonna go stand by this one.
Okay.
And, yeah, and turn.
Stand on your 2 little owl legs.
I peck
Love
at the portal.
Well, you have your same intelligence, so you could technically talk.
Nothing. I have intelligence, but not vocal cords. So I mean, maybe I could use the link, but
some would debate owls could get enough out there, but yeah, it's your call. Wathala.
First off, Heavy's going to fly through with the flyby, fly through everything, and then I'm going to disengage and then walk.
Okay. All right, Istro.
Yep.
All right, Istral, you're going to teleport away. Istral? Oh, sorry, Kit.
I'm gonna give the DJ and Othaler a little hurt from this whole thing. I'm gonna come stand in the door here. Tell them to get to the portal and leave. I'll be right behind you, and I'm gonna hold my attack for the first one that comes in melee range here.
Okay. So you did not attack an enemy or take damage on your last turn. Your rage will be removed.
On this turn, I didn't.
On your last turn, you attacked, and this turn you didn't attack, and you took no damage between the turns.
Oh, yeah.
So your rage would end.
Not angry enough.
You're right. How far did I... Can you tell how far I moved? I guess I can just see. I moved
I'll go
20
back.
feet.
You've gone 15 feet.
15.
Yeah, about 15.
Dude, I'm scared if they get attacking and they're gonna die. Well, we talked about attacking and moving, so I guess I'll take the portal like Israel.
Okay.
Oh
All
my
right.
god, that hurts. That hurts so bad.
And you're out.
Have a little faith.
Have a
It
little
doesn't
faith
necessarily hurt
indeed.
Kit so bad. It hurts me so bad.
Yeah.
Kit would definitely want to preserve himself. So
Don't worry, like. Plus, I'm still back here, so they'll be fine.
One dashes in. Let's see. I'm gonna end this turn. I'm gonna see if it automates anything. Nope, didn't automate. Go and roll 3d8, I think, for bludgeoning. The tentacles. Ah, nice. Comes from heavy. Solid choice. 12 there. Rolling a strength check. 25 breaks out. There, okay. This one moves. All right, Dirty Joe.
All right, I'm gonna provoke the attack of opportunity
Okay,
and just run over to that teleport.
we're gonna take it. 18 is a miss, and you are able to get
Sweet.
yourself out and away.
And yeah, nothing else fancy. I'm just gonna try to shoot it.
Okay, so you get to step onto here, the portal. 25 is going to hit 19 points of damage.
Nice. Go ahead and add a Slayer's Prey onto that.
Deals an additional 2 points of damage.
And can I retcon taking the second shot before I step on?
If you want to fire another arrow, I'm assuming
do.
you're straddling the portal and then you're going to step onto it. So
Sure. Go with that.
18 is a miss.
Okay. That'll do.
All right, so you are trying to get your vengeance in here, Dirty Joe, sending a couple of shots their way. Maybe you can put one of these things down, and alas, you have not. And you see the two of your party members have stepped out, and you feel confident, step onto the portal, teleported. Another one enters in, turns its attention, and it begins to lower itself down and begins to breathe lightning breath in the direction of Othala.
I'm going to use my visage. Gonna make the echo come in front of me to take the damage.
Okay, so this is the temporal intuition.
Yeah.
You can send a pass figure of yourself in front of an attack directed at another creature within 60 feet that you can see. Before the attack roll is made, use your reaction to send your pass figure through time and occupied space. So as we were, this is another creature. So
I thought it was for myself. I could see myself as like if I use it.
when we created this, it was my intention. Right, we were talking about how when we created this, we were looking at casting this in front of somebody else, is interpreting that you're almost protecting them.
That's why I'm at. Would it be able to protect myself? That's why.
Yeah, it also is worded that it's an attack roll made. And I don't know how sending a figure in front of yourself to a lightning breath is really going to stop the breath from hitting you. So you're just going to, the figure itself, I'll change it to say, at a creature instead of another creature.
Mm-hmm. But that makes sense.
That's fine. I can change it to a creature so it's all inclusive, but I don't think that this would work even if we change that to the actual breath that is dispensed. That is a 16.
Well, I'll use my reaction then for the chronal shift.
Okay, to do another reroll, go ahead and make another Constitution saving throw. All right, so that is going to be a 19, which will be a success. You're going to have 45 to 22 total points of lightning damage. No need to roll the concentration check. The tentacle's still up. No one's really caught in it, but it's still useful in case something else. End of this turn here. Owl.
I'm just going to. All right, this one can't take reactions. This one can. I don't want to get hit again, so I'm just going to shocking grasp the one that came in.
Not your turn. It's the owl's turn. Sorry.
Ow. Sorry.
Yeah, it's owls. Sorry, owl, not Othala. Yeah. There's a lot of owls, blind monkeys on the board. Owls on the board. Goss, are you stepping through? Is Lucas here? Lucas? Oh, he goes in.
Sorry,
he moves in.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I'm stepping through.
Okay. All right, so it's going to lose the aura of courage and protection because you're going to step through outside of the 10-foot distance there. And we're going to go ahead and Othal, go ahead.
All right, so like I said, just shocking grasp on the one that came.
When it hits, and you do 6 points of lightning damage.
Okay, and I'm going to jump through the portal.
Okay, so Sanctuary there at that point will end. And Heavy with the flyby, and you begin to go through. This is going to be the end of combat.
Very nice. Good job.
Fight and run. Our
Fight and
most
run.
signature tactic.
You did good.
We're still alive.
I think we could have taken him.
Maybe. But it'd been a fucking hard fight.
Yeah, we're taking a minute.
Well, the problem is they keep on
Yeah.
coming. That's the problem.
Oh yeah, Michael, I should know this since I can actively summon them. Do Pegasus have flyby?
I don't believe so. No. Yeah, most creatures that are above tiny or above small don't have flyby. There's not a feature that will. Because that's why you've got it. It's because you're tiny and you're like flying through the air.
Yeah.
You're silent because you're an owl.
I was pretty sure that like there was something I could summon that had flyby.
For a celestial spirit? For because the Pegasus, you're talking about your
Yeah, from my summon.
your greater steed.
Yeah, summon greater steed. I was pretty sure I remember seeing something on that list that had flyby.
I can't think of anything in my head besides some sort of like astral sea creature that exists, which I don't know if your character would ever summon a steed from some astral existence to serve you.
Can I?
Well, I mean, you pull from Palor's domain, so like a Pegasus is right up the alley. I just don't think you'd summon some weird like space snake or something, right? That seems kind of strange to me. But...
Well, at this point, I'm going to be disappointed if you don't summon a space snake.
Yeah, that's
so
the thing. I'm hearing this and I'm like, space stick?
I don't think you're really truly understanding the ability now. So the Fine Greater Steed is, again, you summon a spirit, and the spirit can take many forms, and it really lists them here on the monster manual, right? So it basically says a griffin, Pegasus, Periton, direwolf, rhinoceros, and a saber-tooth tiger.
No, yeah, basically, I'm trying to.
But your creature is like, and it can be celestial, fey, fiend, instead of its normal creature type. And so a lot of people word it that, oh, if that's the case, then maybe there's another creature that's kind of like those that's listed in expanded, because when this existed, right, this is from his Xanthars, but maybe an expanded book or whatever with more monsters or something along those lines, which is what you were talking to me before when you took the spell up.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
What I'm more worried about right now is that I'm trying to like find things I can change shape into that Costas like roughly know the abilities of.
Mm.
And I don't want to go looking at stat blocks because I'm like, that is kind of metagaming.
It is metagamey, and yeah, you got to think about what you would know, right, and what you could actually change to. The owl is a good bet. You've seen owls flying around. You understand that.
Yeah.
Now, Pegasus is a celestial, and the change shape is usually and is exclusive to a beast. So you chose right with the owl, but Pegasus and all of those really listed would not actually be beasts besides the rhinoceros, the saber-tooth, and regardless, you always maintain yourself. It's really just the armor class and the features that you might be curious in. And as ruled, none of them ever will give you spells. So because the spells are a different thing entirely.
I mean, keeping my spells is already really nice. Like being able to be like a spell casting.
Well, that's what
owl.
they say for players, because players, you keep your class features, and a class feature you have is referred to as spell casting, which then gives you the spells. But a monster does not have a class feature that gives them spells. That's the difference and distinction as rules is written.
Like, the really interesting thing now is I'm thinking like I'll be able to run around like as an owl, like with flyby, like lay on handsing people, and like.
Gotcha.
Now I could like.
All right. Well, more power to you. More power to you.
It's gonna be fun.
All right. And the reason why there's nothing created for a change shape is that relying on Foundry's thing instead of using like something like Warp Gate, it gets really complicated. And right now we're super volatile with the system changes. So no, I have not added or created anything like that because Foundry does it the same, and I'm able to just figure out the custom settings to it. We're able to work it out. So I'll find something to add the spells next time, and then we'll just manually change your health, and that is exactly as change shape is. That's good enough. All right, so you all are going to use the teleportation circles here, and you're going to teleport to the Chamber of Many Circles. This chamber is in the Northern Tower in the Isle of Felgum. This is the chamber that hosts all the schools, the classrooms, right, for the chronology, the divination, right, the variety there that you're known. There's also going to be a teleporter here that's going to take you to the Library of Absolute, and there's also going to be a teleporter that takes you to the base of your tower, which will allow you to get to the other tower, like Archmage Tower, and then the Dragonhorde Easel, right? And so you're right now in that small chamber. You have the teleporters around you, and really it's just a directional choice at this point of where you want to go. If you want to stay here in Felgum, or you can simply leave. You can always go to the base of the tower, use the teleporter to go.
Costas is now perched on Dirty Joe's shoulder.
You know, somehow I think I like it better in this form. And holy hells, guys, I forgot how hard those sons of bitches hit. Oh, my ribs are killing me right now.
All his hair is like standing up, just fried by lightning. Yeah.
So, from here, what do we want to like? Go find Porrig and see if he can call all these robot some bitches off, or you want to go back to the library? Like, maybe we can answer the right questions again to where that we're authenticated. What are y'all thinking?
What kind of questions are these?
They just kind of ask you who you are and what your official role is. And we learned the hard way, Costas, that we're not supposed to answer the same role twice.
It was because of the rank of the role.
It doesn't, dude. Come on, you could have figured that out on the spot, and instead you called all the thunder on down. It's like, I'm still mad. I'm still mad.
You get pecked.
Maybe we can find Orig in the library. But I don't know. Maybe we should go to the library or to one of the towers into the classroom. See what we find. Either one. Maybe he's there.
Kit doesn't do well on tests.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I finished my business here. Whatever you guys want to do, I'll go with. So, where are we headed?
I'm here for the chronergy. We need to learn length of time, what was being studied by Bulge. I think that's where we should go first.
The only idea, so we go there. That's Kit's vote.
Sure, I'm down.
It's good.
So we're heading to the library then? We're going to try to find Porig.
Or is the library with the chronergy tower? Is that?
Well, the
Yeah, we're
class,
just talking
there's
about
you're talking about the chronergy classroom, right? You already had gone into that room and spent time grabbing the information that was already there, which happened to be some materials. Remember, those classrooms were vacant. Things were removed. There was an attack here upon Thelgem in these towers, and a lot of the gnomes either fled, right, or they fought and died. So a lot of what's in the classroom would be removed, and there wouldn't be anything that you would imagine to be too prized. If you're looking to understand the language of time, which was something that we talked about on specific things prior sessions, right? You might head to the Library of Absolute to try to see if they have any information on that language. Or you would head to Porig and speak to Porig and ask Porig if they know the language and they have any books upon it. But in the actual chronergy classroom, there's not going to be any texts that are going to help you currently.
Okay. So, yeah. I think we should go to the library. I think that's where we might find Porig anyways.
Okay. Are you still in Owl Costas?
Yes.
Okay.
I think you'll probably stay an owl until they arrive at the library.
Well, all you have to do is step onto the teleporter and it's going to take you there. You'd be an owl when you're
Okay.
there. Something else?
I think he needs opposable thumbs to read books, so.
Good call. Right, Costas then, not Owl?
Mhm.
Okay.
Next time, just take a lesson from Peppy. He has thumbs.
Oh, become a flying monkey?
I mean, you've seen one.
Are they considered beasts or are they something else? I always thought he was more like a fae.
Library of Absolute. As described to your party a long time ago, obviously not you, Dustin, new addition here. It is a large dome structure. These towering like pillars surrounded by bookshelves that form themselves to staggered tiers as they begin to reach upwards. The entire of the wall space around you in this dome structure is filled to a T with books as they hold themselves into the massive amounts of information and knowledge that this library obtains. This library is a culmination of knowledge that the Felgrim researchers of the 1,000 years of their existence have obtained and put away. We also know that they were in correspondence, this particular group knows, they were in correspondence with timekeepers, and that information is transferred back and forth. And so anything that the timekeepers might have could be very well be in the Library of Absolute. As you're here, maintaining yourself, you know that hiding the books in this madness would take weeks and weeks of time. Could take it upon yourself, but as you're holding yourself there on the portal, you can hear the whirl of a drone as it whirls itself back and forth, tending to the books with a small little brush and a little hand towel. It's whirling in its pyramidal-like structure. Its tinkering sort construct continues to clean the books and whirls, buzzing itself. Goes to the next shelf.
Joe would remind everybody of these, and also don't try and prop yourself up. Keep it slow. Keep it slow and small. So, like, artificer, professor.
I might feel more like a room guardian today, though.
I feel like a professor.
Yeah, there's like a administrator,
Mikey, what's
head
happening?
artificer. Wait, what?
Why is your camp upside down?
Because I
That's
made
great.
it upside down. Because I felt
You guys
like it.
didn't notice
God
until
damn
now.
it!
He's been like progressively making it more tilted.
Because this is the way of fun.
I like it.
I'm trying to remember the rest of them. I don't have the ball written down.
Yes,
Artificer,
chat.
head artificer, administrator, student. There was a couple student slots.
Go
That's
tell.
all I got. Did we do an intelligence roll for the rest of them?
Mikey, look in chat on Foundry.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. My monitors here are mirrored to each other. I don't have a lot of desk space. Okay,
But-
cool.
Kit is none of those.
Today, my friend, you are a rune guardian.
You make your way off of the platform. The drone begins to whirl, and as it does, it begins to approach your party. Begins to move. Hello, and welcome to the Library of Absolute. I'm C26. Hey. Accessing memory database. Facial profiles recognized. Returning again.
Yes.
Welcome back. How may I help you?
We're looking for a book on the language of time.
No, we're not. We're looking for a book on cluster G.
We're looking for many books.
Yes, many books.
Calculating. In the Library of Absolute, there are many books.
Great.
Are you looking
So-
for a book on many things?
Yes. Do you have
Comprised
the
of
book of many things?
magical items, rumored, lore, history. Certainly. I can get it for you. The book contains information on what those items are, what they do, why they exist.
Seems incredibly interesting. It's called the Book of Many Things, correct?
Precisely.
Yeah, I would love to have that if you could get it for me.
Most certainly. One moment. Begins to whirl, lifting itself high above the shelf.
Talking to the others, did we give ranks? What ranks we gave?
No, I don't remember that. I'm surprised they didn't ask us again.
They don't ask you unless you try to do what?
I don't remember. This was like a year
It's a
ago.
long time.
You need to try to do something that has a rank exclusive privilege. Like
Take
a book
the
to library.
books.
Oh, that's right.
Copy the books. You wanted copies. You wanted to take them. Then you got to give the credentials to do that because they look at you as a student. And the student is just, they can only use the books here and study here. They can't take the books with them. They can't copy the books.
You know what? Why don't we not risk it and let's just read the books here?
What a great idea,
Can
Lucas.
you imagine the audacity?
I can only guess who
Library.
wanted to take the books last time.
Yeah, who could that have been?
I could imagine throwing books in a portal. That's ridiculous.
Hmm.
It takes some time here, but it returns, fluttering itself forward with a book. Very small, not very large. This is the Book of Many Things. Inside, list the magical items, such as the Cloak of Many Fashions, the Deck of Many More Things, the Deck of Many Things, and the Well of Many Worlds.
Thank you.
Items that have been studied for their randomization of magic. Lost to time. Begins to give you the book. Is there anything else I can help for you?
E26, I'd like a book on the language of time.
Book on the language of time. Are you wanting a book that provides lessons to learn the language? Or perhaps calculating origin of language,
Both, please.
history, and lessons? Certainly. One moment.
Hey, Istriel, could I get a detect magic?
What? Hey?
Let's just say a book called The Book of Many Things makes me feel curious.
Well, have you opened it?
It's a book on magic items. I get the feeling the book might be magic.
Oh, it is not.
I would need to spend 10 minutes and put on a book.
Okay, I get it. I'll just read the book. Costas just opens the book and reads.
Okay. So the book is very short. It's just of collective researchers, these archaeologists, if you will, from Thelgum that were sent across the world of Antares, looking and trying to find weapons of randomization and those that were kind of pulling upon the weave in a very chaotic way. After all, the Well of the Nine Realms, the old one, right? We've known this. And these items suggested inside of the book to be perhaps creations of the old one, lost, given to perhaps as gifts. But alas, none of these items have ever truly been found. Only the understanding of what the items can do has been reported in here. For example, the Cloak of Many Fashions is seemingly a mundane cloak. It doesn't weigh anything, doesn't do anything, but it seems to be able to duplicate the appearance of other magical cloaks without retaining the properties. And so someone who has this could very well disguise themselves with the cloak of a Grand Magistrate, or perhaps that of a very powerful wizard who holds a magical cloak upon themselves to add into a disguise that they're creating. The Deck of Many Things and the Many More Things is not something that needs to be understood. I think a lot of players truly understand those two items. They are legendary items that have a variety of effects. You draw from them, and as you draw from the deck, fate has been spun similar to that of the genie. This is the same type of magic the genie most likely was using. And of course, depending on the card that you have and what you play, things might not exactly happen the way you intend for them to happen.
Are there any hints as to the locations of these decks in the book?
No, none. None of these locations have ever been documented. These are simple accounts and stories of what the items have been foretold to do.
As Kit walks by to lay out on one of these tables here because it's very boring to him, he's gonna, Costas, you're reading that upside down, and I'll flip it around in his hand for him so he can read it better. And I'll go lay down on the table.
Ostis will flip it back.
Well of Many Worlds is the last item that has been studied. Links the Well of Many Worlds to a pocket congruence, such as something that is able to, my brain, looking at Mikey on that one, is something that's able to connect to another world or plane of existence. In fact, extraplanar travel, it's rumored that this item, this trinket, this handkerchief, if you will, suggested to be able to take people into the elemental planes, a place that was safeguarded and protected.
I'm gonna motion for Othala and Istriel to come take a look at this.
Yes, you called.
Oh, so I was just reading this book. This magic item, I think it might be something that interests you guys. I'm just gonna gesture to the Well of Many Worlds on the page.
Be careful. He was reading the book upside down a minute ago.
There's no location or anything. It's not even schematics. It's just fables and stories.
That's correct. Last
Well, what,
story
most
was
people-
the last story was foretold that the item was lost in the elemental planes. It was used by somebody who traversed to there and has been lost, and was a means or a gateway to use and get through to those planes of existence that have been safeguarded and protected, kept away from other existences. And that this item, using this scaffold that seemed to be moving through space and directing it, was able then to traverse them, similar to a congruence, but portal, pocket version. Someone whoever created the item, which there's no author or inventor to that item, whoever it is, has to have a fundamental understanding of what a congruence is and how to recreate one in order to use something such as that.
Putting two and two together, can I maybe guess or put that maybe this might be Magello's item or something that Magello used that pocket watch to open the dimensions and try to traverse around? Or
You recall that Magello used a small book to be able to open it up and regard notes through it, and then also had other items at their disposal. This has been described as a handkerchief. A very small pocket would unfold and kind of hold itself too. Is that Laguvlin? 16 years? Are you rape bastard? It's like my favorite scotch all time, man. I can't believe you're drinking that right now. That's
Hey man,
crushing my
perks
soul
of,
over here.
doing some favors for family members. They
There you go.
repay me in high-end scotch.
Definitely good family members.
They are great family members.
Othala, you are very well assured that Magello most likely is in possession of this item.
yep, I'll just close the book. I believe we might have seen this before by a very old wizard, and I'll hand the book back to him.
Well, I think the very fact that it can exist is interesting, and the fact it was created by someone and not naturally occurring.
C26 hovers down 2 books, one of which is quite large, the other one medium size. One's 800, the other one's about 300 pages. Lessons on the language of time, as spoken by the Old One, given to the Felgum researchers long ago, to learn about. Begins to kind of unfold the pages in front of you, the lessons as it speaks. To learn about the fundamentals of magic and that of chronergy. In these lessons, you will find real accountings of the language of time being found and studied.
I'll grab the books. Thank you, C26. Very helpful.
Histories and origins on the language of time. It goes further into what is referenced in the lessons, speaking of strange obelisk structures with time language written upon them, studied. Some destroyed. As spoken in this volume, on the Isle of Time, now changed, the Timekeepers.
Do you know who destroyed the obelisks?
Calculating. It is suggested in this volume, and correspondence to that of the Timekeepers, that the Timekeepers were at fault for the destruction of the Time Fracture Obelisk.
Why?
Intuition and inciting of emotion is not under my protocol. Suggesting factual evidence, they were attempting to use the obelisk. Unlock its power to change time to the future and to the past.
Can you tell me what the goals of the Timekeepers are again?
The goals of the Timekeepers were to identify the separation of timelines and to maintain track of one singular timeline and to calculate the years as they followed. The Timekeepers were responsible for dismantling the rudimentary way of calculating eras into many different times across the world of Antares, and into one singular time.
God damn it, it's the fucking plot to Loki.
Yeah, yeah.
There's some Loki vibes in here, but I wouldn't. It's not exactly the plot at all. But it's basically saying out of character, because obviously it's hard to C26 talking in the robotic whatever voice, but out of character, what they're saying here is that the Timekeepers, they actually had a time fracture obelisk in the Isle, which is probably what they built their thing around. Not to mention something to do with the destruction, how that unfolded through the correspondence. It's clear to C26 that they were studying the obelisk. They're trying to understand how it can go into the future and how it can go to the past, because that's what's written on it, the language of time. They studied that language, they deciphered it. A lot of the lessons in here are from the Timekeepers. In fact, they're the ones who uncovered the language and then deciphered it, but they're not the ones who created it. In the Book of Origins, there is not going to be any singular person that actually created the language of time, suggesting the language was created far before mortals ever walked the world, and that information most likely is upheld by either some extraplanar entity that had some form of creation upon this world, or a god. The Timekeepers studied that obelisk, and after they studied it and they performed their experiments, the destruction occurred. The C26, they will tell you that is because of what they did. But what they did exactly was not corresponded, because those secret experiments were kept on the Isle, which is destroyed. Those correspondence never came, because they could never be sent. The Timekeepers have already been destroyed. So it was incited, which goes beyond C26 capabilities, that the Timekeepers had done something foolish. The experiment had failed. They did something wrong. Or maybe they dabbled in magic that they did not fully control. It also says in this origin, in their studies, that they said they were given gifts. And they particularly mention in this origin that they were given gifts by the Old One. Now, this is all separate from them talking about how they brought the world into this singular time measurement. That's completely different. And they did this because they began to realize that time was different, such as that in the Isle of Blessed, such as that in the Mirror Planes. And they were trying to figure out why that is. Why is time different? Why isn't it some singular strand? And the origins, as well as reference in the lessons, using the language of time and understanding and performing experimentation on these potential other areas, sending maybe scrying or other devices and looking and analyzing time over hundreds of years, is that they do not believe that there is one singular time, that there are many timelines. And so their title, Timekeeper, actually comes from what they did for the world, which is creating the timeline of Antares. And essentially saying that there was a moment that time was fractured. This is how many years it has been. But that is all a prediction. That's the best they got. So the lessons are going to teach you about the language of time. And they're going to be very similar to what has been derived for the chronergy magic. Could be that Felgum used this language, studied it, and then began to control the weave of chaos and began to use it to manipulate time in minuscule fractions and moments. But that is a small amount in compared to what was predicted this time fracture obelisk could do. That's the information you'll get from both of these books. If you spend weeks here with this lesson, you will have proficiency in the language of time. But that could take a long time. But it did it.
Well,
like
technically, if we spent 2 weeks here, it would be like 9 days. And we spent 4 weeks here, I think it would be 18 days, something like that. It's wrong math, but it's around that time. We wouldn't spend an entire month if we spent the month here.
But we still have to
Time
deal with
outside
the
is real.
assassin.
Sure. You can be here as long as you'd like. Camp out in the aisle. Take some time in the library. Chill out.
You know what?
I just think it's more important that we figure out what's going on. I know there's a war. I know there's a lot of things that are happening. An assassin that wants to kill us. But we, again, have a lot of bigger things to deal with. And I think studying here, maybe figuring out a lot more information, gathering ourselves, bettering ourselves for this time, we can come back out of this island a bit stronger, a bit more knowledgeable.
You know what? Yeah, I agree with Othello.
Kit just thought of something. Have you guys asked this thing here how to stop the things in the other place we just came from?
Well, they think we're
No.
initiates, so I don't know if they might give us that information.
Doesn't hurt to ask, though. That's a good point there, kid.
Although it also said that the time wizard guys mentioned gifts from the old one, so even if they don't have a full book about it, they might have like books with references to it. So if we are spending a long time here, we might be able to learn more about our gifts.
Costas, remember what I said about touching me?
And hey, I don't know about 2 weeks, but at least a couple days here would probably suit us right. We'll take things as they come, as long as we keep on, figuring neat stuff out. But after a few days, if we're burnt out, we should probably dip.
Kit will walk up to the thing and kind of tap it to get his attention.
Yes. How can I help you?
Do you know how to turn off those mechanical things in the other area?
Calculating. There are many mechanical things in many areas of Felgum. Can you be more specific?
What are they called, guys?
Mark 8s.
Mark 8s. How do you turn off the Mark 8s?
Calculating. C10 to C20. Manifest. Given by Headmaster Porrig. Reprogram. In process. Mark 8's dangerous.
P6, is there a control center for the Mark 8s where they are made or programmed?
Destroyed.
make a
Manufacturing
new
plant of Mark 8's has been dismantled and lost. The Talthars arrived. It was the First Order.
Do you know how many Mark 8s are still working?
Storage facility, Labyrinth, in coolant vats. Over 50. Approximating. 53.
C6, have
the
you
best
seen
way-
Porg today?
Nope. Sorry. You're good. Porg question's fine.
Yeah, have you seen Porg?
I have not seen Headmaster Porrig in the last 24 hours.
Okay, well, I have some more books for you to find.
Certainly.
I need information on northern Nifendel Forest. Topographical maps, inhabitants, images, pictures if you...
Calculating. Most information on Nifendel. Unable to access. Researchers, Felgim, archaeologists. Sent out. Druid. Organization, Enclave. Precisely. Known as Zalnir. Control most territory of Nifendel. Saw researchers, archaeologists, as enemies. To want to know more about congruence, Zalnir protect. I will find what I can.
Great. And if you also have anything on Project Knights,
Well, you broke up there.
anything on the subject of Knight's Kiss.
Gotcha. Certainly. Calculating. Aha. One moment.
Oh, before you go, one more book. What is the oldest text that contains a reference to the name Devourer? If you could bring that, that'd be swell.
Calculating. Devour. Aha. Oldest text. On record. Flutter away.
Okay. I just come back.
You could keep going.
Okay. Well, I would like to add a couple books to the queue. So, do you have any books with references from the Timekeepers about the gifts they got from the old one?
Correspondence. Always kept with Archmage, Head Professor. Copies in records within their chambers. General news, articles of correspondence stored. I can access those.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Certainly.
And as well as that, if you could get a book in common, preferably, about how to be persuasive for dumb people.
Costas, I think you're persuasive
Calculating.
enough. I don't think you need to learn any more.
Goblin Army.
I may have something you are looking for. It is titled Methods of Communication for Low Intelligent Lifeforms.
Maybe not that. I was thinking more like a kind of how to be a salesman, how to become persuasive when you're not already persuasive, like something like that.
Ha- How to
I'm a
win
bit
friends
confused.
and
Can you be more
influence people.
specific?
Something like what he just said, how to win friends and influence people. Do you have that in common?
I'm a bit confused. Can you be more specific?
Do you have a book that explains methods of being more persuasive in common
Calculating.
or celestial?
Aha. I have something for you.
Mhm.
One moment. Asked for quite a bit from C26 here. It's going to take some time, just FYI.
Kid's probably like half asleep on the desk right there. So whatever time it takes is fine with him. So for the party, Kit would ask though, what are these? Why aren't these things attacking us?
Well, they tend to assume that everybody that's here is a student, unless we ask to do things that aren't allowed and they ask for our authenticated roles. But as long as we just ask for books and read them here, they don't seem to give a shit.
Hmm.
And it is a nice library, so it's a nice place to chill out for a bit.
Would I get in trouble for trying my new gift in here?
Maybe. You want to be careful with pissing these things off.
Hmm. I wonder if they have a book on beer making or ale making. I'm gonna have to
Oh, they
ask.
definitely do.
That would help me tremendously.
While I have this time, using the notes that Joe gave me, and kind of using the book of lessons as like to transcribe it. Just trying to read what Baldrin is doing, maybe figure out his notes.
You said Muldrum?
Yeah, when we took the notes from his place when he had the time congruence.
Gotcha. Okay. You have to give me a second here. I got to pull my notes out from various places.
How's everybody doing?
Still a little bit bruised, but kicking my feet up. I'm all right. Actually, if you got another health potion you want to throw my way, that'd be very much appreciated.
Actually, I think I got something better. Othala, can I borrow some halfling grain quickly?
Oh yeah, it's the stuff.
Sure. Give him some.
So I'm gonna take some halfling grain. I'm going to hand it to Joe, and as I'm handing it to him, I'm gonna cast lay on hands on him and give him the halfling grain at the same time. Just and I like the flavor.
Oh yeah, that's the stuff right there. Much obliged.
Yeah, let's heal for 35. Just add that to your own health.
No, all things considered, taking 2 lightning attacks from a couple constructs, not really nothing when you almost disintegrate from acid fighting a dragon or frozen fire. So, good day.
Or, smoking on a pipe full of eldritch chaos god energy that disintegrates you there and then. I'll take the acid for the lightning breath.
Was it tobacco good at least? Whatever he was smoking?
I don't remember. I died too damn fast. I didn't get any kind of head change or nothing.
Well, actually, now that you're immortal, you could probably try it out.
Some might say it's life.
Yeah.
It's to die for.
Oh, laugh it up. Laugh it up. You're the one that took the gift from the Chaos God after you already knew who and what he was.
Hey, I'm
That's
pretty
gonna
sure-
bite you in the ass somehow.
Maybe. Anyway, does someone want to try out said gift with me?
No,
And
no, I
you know
do
what my
not. Thank
gift
you very
does?
much.
What?
Taylor just told me he's not happy with you for doing that, by the way.
He didn't.
You don't
How
know
do you
that.
know?
Because I talked to Paylor beforehand.
But you haven't
And what
talked to him since.
And what did Paylor say to you?
He said I could do what I wanted.
Well, that does not mean that he's happy with it.
That's a test that parents play on their kids. You can do what you want.
So what? He'll be mad. First he'll be disappointed.
You might be disappointed in that.
I would rather have him be mad and angry with me than disappointed. Disappointed's so much worse.
Is it? Okay. So seriously, does no one want to try out my little gift? Because like, it seems like it's not gonna hurt you. Like, no.
Can I try mine on you?
I mean, what? Okay, what was the description of your gift? It was like, lets you hit stuff harder.
I didn't really pay attention. He just said I got something that makes me powerful.
You know what? Fine. If I can try mine on you, you can try yours on me.
Hmm.
I don't really suggest this.
Don't suggest this here. Or don't suggest this at all.
Here, more.
We can go to the boat, like Istriel's boat.
All right, I'm choosing. I think you have in history. Let's see.
Curious as, I want to see how far this feud goes. Once you get pushed in the water, then you disappear, and then, try each other's gift on each other. I'd rather keep the library intact.
I mean, hey, my gift seems to like be helpful. Like to
You
other
don't
people.
know that, Costas.
Fair.
Okay,
Oh, I guarantee you
So-
my gift is 100% helpful to me.
we're gonna start off with the Diffindale. The Diffindale, it's in terms of map. I'm not gonna reveal anything. I think at this point because it's very simply told in these articles in the books that the Felgum are going to have the Library Absolute, that there is a river that actually is going to cross over in through the wood, and the river is what splits the border between Zalnir's territory and the Rangers of Diffendel. It is a treaty that was made. It was the treaty of let's see. I gotta try to find the river name. My brain, I gotta tell you.
If it helps, the only thing she was looking for really was just more information to
No,
increase odds on teleport.
no. This is the treaty is known to them as Qatar Longa, which loosely translates as the Treaty of the River Barrier. And so this river that goes through the Nifendel is what is going to separate between the territory on the south side of the Nifendel, which is a large span that cuts pretty much through the center point of the forest. South side is the Rangers Nifendel, and the Felgum researchers were free to go within there and begin to look for certain things, study certain things, but that is not where the congruence lies. The congruence actually lies on the north side of the river, which is in the Zalnir's territory. And the Felgum researchers were never allowed to actually see where the site of congruence was, nor were they ever allowed to span 3 to 4 miles into the wood before they were attacked. And when they were attacked, the Felgum notes in here are going to describe that the Druids had overwhelming power of elemental. Talking about how the Druids were able to wild shape into elemental creatures. And they had powerful evocation spells that they could wield. They believed that the Zalnir somehow were using the concurrence to the elemental planes as some sort of source of power to kind of grow their people and invigorate them to defend against whatever comes through, if there's anything at all. On the road, in a peace offering between the Felgum and the Zalnir, there is going to be some information that would suggest that the Zalnir are open to having an audience, but only under certain terms and under certain respects. Because, according to them, there are those that seek the congruence, and there are those that dare to use its power for evil. Zalnir somehow have this undying oath and quest to protect it. The Felgum were never able to come forward further into the table of meeting beyond of the road, which is actually a small tavern on the north side of the Qatar Lunga that it spans through. There's a bridge there, kind of a little almost like a toll house, but there's no actual taxes or anything. So it's kind of a drinking ale house and stuff. And that's in the region of Athrena. It's been well documented. The Nifendel, as far as the map is concerned, you might notice that there are kind of forests and other trees that span on the western side of that road that runs through. Now, the actual village of Qatar Lunga is not actually the name of the river that it currently sits upon. So something to note on the actual continent map is almost as if humanoids and other people that came through there, they kind of took the name of that and they named their own little village there. And so the Qatar Lunga actually now is changed over time, thousands upon thousands of years, to be something other than what it actually is. And so not to be confused. And so there's particular terms that they've changed, they simply use in terms of language now. Instead of saying Qatar Lunga, they're going to say it is the Treaty of the River Barrier, which is how I probably would try to remember it for you all in modern times. Present times.
Treaty of the Moon Barrier?
Treaty of the River Barrier. Very simple.
Very simple. In terms of like maps, drawings, is there enough to basically have better chance? This
if we're
longer
better chances of locating where it is,
of being able to
teleport.
Yes, she's trying to gather as much information as she can.
Okay. So if we're looking at information to say I want to have enough information to teleport close to the congruence, as close as I can get. That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, as close to not the congruence. Yeah, I guess congruence. Northern side.
Okay. You would want to teleport into a place that the Felgem researchers were interacting with the Rangers of Nifendel, known as Oromar. And that is on the river's edge. If you're on the continent map, go ahead and make a little. I'll make a little marker for now. Just gonna put something down. So that's going to be right on that river's edge, right there. That is Oromar. That is the meeting place. It is a large tree. There's multiple scaffoldings of these wooden kind of balcony terraced areas on the tree. It also connects to other trees around, and then has opening spaces with lean-tos and shelters underneath. Oromar, to the Rangers of Nifendel, is their guild house. It's kind of a place that they're going to meet. They exchange bounties, information that come from the halfling village of Salon that have messengers that run into Oromar and then come back. And that halfling village basically just is a relay station to Oromar to places like Merlandar, where they're looking for maybe some sort of material, right? It could be harvesting a monster, perhaps, that lurks in the Nifendel to be able to earn coin. And the Rangers make profit from that, but they also make profit by protecting and nourishing the land as well. So Oromar would be similar to that, right? It has probably a drinking, in terms of the book, is going to describe it as a place you can get a drink, you can get some food, a warm meal, it's free. You just simply stop, you're able to pick up some adventuring supplies, and then you're able to look at a bounty board, right? See if there's anything taken or anything available to be able to make some cash and some coin. And the Rangers of Nifendel run that place. So there are people that are in there not Rangers of Nifendel, but the Nifendel Rangers run it, and it's where they kind of meet up in the higher top canopies of the tree in a place where they're able to meet and kind of discuss business. The Rangers, you live really all about that south side, south of that treaty, right? South of that river. And in terms of the river and the River Koa, as this kind of sneaks through, right, that's going to lead to a bridge, which is here, and that was noted as an extension of what became Katarlanga, which is that village up north. But there's a tavern there known as the River Koa, which is named after the river that sneaks through. So a lot of information here. Again, always a lot. You're wanting to know, how do I teleport to get close enough to the congruence as best as possible? Oromar is documented quite heavily. You're able most likely to teleport close to that location, if not in it, the base of those trees. And then from there, it's simply crossing the river into Zalnir territory, and you're maybe less than 10 miles to the congruence.
Perfect.
Did it answer your information there?
Yep.
Okay. All right. A lot of lore, a lot of backstory with the treaties there between the Rangers and the Zalnir, and the different shaping of how the colonial, right, the Temerians came through and were changing names and trying to get almost destroying the culture, so to speak. But all right. Now we're on to the Devourer, right? Okay. If you press J coming into the simple quest and you click the lore tab, I went ahead and put a first here as I'm going to go and try to document. I'll move as many notes as I can. Again, it takes a really long time. There's so many notes and stuff. Do the best I can with actually putting like handouts and other documents and stuff. This is exactly what this book is going to yield for you in a synopsis. Obviously, it's a large book with many different things on it. But you want to know the oldest accounting of the Devourer. The oldest accounting mention of the Devourer is a period known as the Devouring. The Devourer is mentioned numerous times, and this is predicted to be well over 6 million years ago. And so you should be able to press J on Simple Quest, and then you should be able to click the Lore tab, find that in History. I also can open it for all players. So does everyone look at it?
Yeah, just for troubleshooting's sake, I don't actually see anything in the lore tab.
Yeah, neither do I.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
Don't see anything? Okay. That's fine.
No, just I can add to it, but that in the search bar, but that's
All
it.
good. Yeah, I might have to configure permissions. That's fine. If I do this, can you see it?
It says do not have permissions to view this document. I saw the warning this time.
There we go. Okay. Let's go ahead and change all players to observer.
Yep. Got it.
And then I will ping players to show.
Yep, it's there now.
I have
Yeah,
not a lot.
we're
I
good
don't
now.
have a lot of use of the module. I haven't had enough time. But yeah, I want to kind of grab lore information, things that groups have had, but also just like basic information, start putting it in here. So that way you're able to read it. Obviously, this is a period in history that is documented by Felgim as well as the Timekeepers. And this is going to be the oldest, so to speak, mentioning of the Devourer. So well over 6 million years ago predicted. Chaos Titans that were not self-devoured. When history formed, it's been predicted that this spindle was created and this chaos strands like shoot forth, right? Those same strands that became congruences, they believe, okay? And these sentient creatures started to be birthed from those spindles, those little strands as they sent out. And some of them were eating each other, right? They essentially were like jumping to another strand, and as they grew and gained more power, and they're saying, this one's yummy, I'm gonna eat this, right? So there's a lot of consumption, a lot of in terms of like disorder, right? Enthalpy. So now, the not gain sentience consumed each other within the void. They mentioned this space known as the void. The best way to understand the void is to put it in comparison. That is hilarious. Look at my grave oven. Toast. Is that a toaster oven?
No, it's an air fryer.
That's an air fryer? My God. Wow. The best way to describe the void is the astral sea. So the void is the astral sea, became the astral sea. Okay? Now, the last Chaos Titan to be born roamed the void, consuming chaos energy. They were a unique Chaos Titan that was born when the deity of order and time had created time and the single time stream. They were both in and out of time as they existed. And this resulted in their immunity to certain protections and divination. They're able to kind of move through time and space now because they were also in and out of it. Deities, which were what Chaos Titans became, because they gained sentience, they gained enough power, they formed their domains, they made their places in the world, they created worlds. Home to the void, consumed by the last Chaos Titan. Deities that were in the void, places that were not protected yet. No more, not in their domains, right? They're still growing, gaining that sentience. Last Chaos Titan consumed them, and hence they became known as the Devourer. A title, so to speak. In the millions of years predicted to follow, millions upon millions of years, right? This just massive span of time. It's predicted that the Devourer became sentient, just as the deities. In and out of time, it's hunger, never ending. And it used its newly formed sentience to begin to reform fragmented congruences to other planes of existence, in hopes to consume the worlds or domains in those planes. We talked about the spindle, those strands. Some of those strands chewed up, gnawed, not much left. Not much there to really form a scaffolding in space. Somehow, the Devourer, more powerful than deities in some respect, began to build them. using what remained as a framework. And then reversed to consume. Deities that were weak from creation, the severance, because deities had to use the power that they had consumed to build their domains, to create mortal creatures, to create worlds, create magic. We know this from the mirror planes, spinning them together. Some deities, they became lesser because they used so much of their power. They could not maintain their domain any longer. They were sent to the worlds that they had created, the planes that they had created. Some of them were consumed along with their domain. Worlds were quickly ate, and it decimated the material plane. With each consumption, the devourer grew more powerful. Deity of order and time did not use their chaos after it formed time. The deity of order and time did not use any of their powers beyond creating of time. They were predicted to be the first Chaos Titan, and the most reserved with the power that they had. They were the only deity left in existence to be predicted that had enough chaos to stop the Devourer. They used the entirety of it, and a great battle unfolded in the void. The Devourer sought to consume the deity of order and time, while the deity looked to trap the Devourer in a dimensionless space, completely outside of time now, removing it from what they had created, and to protect all existence. Both were suggested to be successful. After all, you stand on a world that is not consumed. Reality is not ate. And why would they suggest that the Devourer was successful? Because the deity who had created the single time stream never came back to fix after the fracture of time. The formation of the prison and the battle were predicted to fracture it. And it believed to the timekeepers in Felgum that some sort of impact on the time fracture, which is a term used to describe all these different times that exist. And they believe that if the deity of order and time still existed and they were not consumed, that they surely would have returned and corrected the rippling effect of their battle. And they never did. So these are all predictions. This is what they believed after their experiments. This is what this large book, 400 plus pages, documentations and studies, it all culminate to this old reference of the Devourer. Is there any questions on that? Okay. Costas.
Mhm.
You'll be given a book. It is titled The Elegant Chivalry. And the Elegant Chivalry will describe several mannerisms of saluting, bowing, forming curtsies, language that was used by the first nobles to anoint themselves power over realm, protectors of sorts, that sought to shepherd their flock and protect them. And they found it that they needed to elevate themselves, creating. I just can't, right? Mike, you with your background right now is fucking so great. Someone's just cooking right now. It's fucking
Just,
amazing.
Yeah, all the air
I
fried
just see this like
and
bit
fried
come through.
cheese. And,
I see like a
There's
bit
so
come
much
into your
game.
camera and starts grabbing something. It's fantastic. So
yeah, I'm making
this-
dinner. Sorry.
So this is just it's almost a culmination of all these different places of where nobles began to spring up, forming those pedigrees of royalty that began to spread across the world, forming governance, and how these simple principles and the histories of them still inherit the world today. The bow, the handshake, but not just a handshake, needs to have that somewhat tight grip to show a little bit of strength, but also have some elegance. And then the handshake of the military stance, the ones that you would grab on the forearm and brace with as much strength as possible to show the person that you were trying to persuade or speak to join your forces, that you yourself were as powerful as they, and they would do right by joining you against your enemies together. So these are all going to be in the book. They are not going to teach you a whole lot more than you already know, since you were taught these very same things as you grew old. And you couldn't help but wonder, perhaps, if you did more of these things, perhaps you'd be more successful. Shade.
Well, if I were to read this book, would I gain proficiency? And,
I know exactly where you're going. No, but if you want to take
If I
some
read it for
time
2
and take
weeks.
if you want to take the time and take some downtime activity with this book, I will allow you then to gain proficiency if you so choose. But you
Yeah,
have to take the
because I
time
was-
for the downtime activity.
Yeah, because I knew that like we might spend 2 weeks here, and I was like, what am
Sure.
I gonna do? Maybe a bit of
There you go.
crafting, but like that's not gonna take the whole
Yeah.
time. So I
Learn
wanted like
from
a way
this
to get
elegant chivalry,
proficiency
the
and persuasion.
bow, how it's perfected with the drop just a little bit of the shoulder to showcase your regal assignment of most pauldrons and surcoats. And, of course, the hair flip. As documented, it requires a very elegant force, measured in newtons, to then swivel your neck.
Does the hair flip account for products in hair? So there's like an equation for like a pomade hair. So it's like if you have pomade, in your
There
hair, you
is
must triple
um,
the hair force.
there is a let's say a family line detailed across multiple pages of conditioner evolution.
So it's like, okay, if you have long hair, you must do 20 Newton hair flip.
Exactly.
If
It
you
puts
have
it in comparison.
short
Sure.
hair, it's
Yes.
this hair flip. If you have
There you go.
product in the hair,
Yes.
multiply by 1.5 times the previous hair flip.
There's a note in there.
power.
Do not underestimate the power of the hair flip in midst of conversation. How it can completely turn around all of what has been said.
Thank you for giving me an in-character reason to just flip my hair at every single character I meet from now on.
Perhaps even it'll give you advantage. Who knows? I hair flip.
I'm so sorry, Justin.
Is that from the Elegant
For
Chivalry?
what?
No, he was just like looking at me like this, just like.
This is a
I'm
good
just
time.
figuring out what Kit's gonna do to Costas the first time he flips his hair around and trying to get something.
Okay, and what did I get with the other book?
The other book.
The newspaper clippings.
Yeah, about that. Considering you had another person given information on the Devourer, the clippings that would be general news articles would speak to the people of Felgum, to the researchers of Felgum. Many times there would be a breakthrough found using these 3 timekeepers, and corresponding letters would speak that they untapped a new form of chronergy, a new spell that they were able to use. In fact, the correspondence would suggest that chronergy magic, as far as the discipline of magic, was heavily influenced by the time fracture obelisk that they studied and the gifts that they were provided, suggesting that the gifts that they were given by, quote-unquote, the Old One were fundamental in the formation of chronergy magic. They note such a being and its capabilities to understand the past, present, and future all at once. Clearly, they are fundamental and crucial to time and how it exists, and what it means present day. Of course, every so often, the correspondence, they will speak about the roast Sunday lunch that they'll be having, and how and how the temperature of that roast on last Sunday was just not adequate.
Maybe they should share their Sunday lunch, you know?
I
And
mean,
that-
I'm
the
willing
chamber-
to just in front of you guys for a while, but I don't know how well you'd all appreciate that.
And in the Chamber of the Three Houses, which is the chamber in the labyrinth on the south side, that roast was commonly cold upon delivery, and many in the various three houses were displeased.
Just looking over costs of the shoulder reading that. Are there any descriptions on the gifts? Like how they look, what they do, or anything
The
like
gifts of the
that?
timekeepers?
Yeah.
One was given the gift to be able to foresee into the future. One was given the gift to be able to foresee in the present. And one was given the gift to foresee in the past. Together, they could see in the past, present, and future, all at once.
They're omniscient? Like, collectively omniscient?
Collectively, they could come together and be able to predict the past and the present and the future.
Mhm.
They had difficulties with this, and many experimentation, in the correspondence as well as detailed in some of the articles you've already pulled in information, suggesting that there are many things that could happen that could change the future. The past was far easier to study. That has already happened. And finding the past became difficult when they were looking at the different times. The present, you focused on your own time, it was easy to see the differences between that and another time.
Israel, doesn't it seem kind of similar to your ability?
In what way?
I mean, you both kind of have like divination, like for seeing stuff. I mean, yours doesn't seem constrained to just being like past, present, or future, but similar-ish.
It's more focused, from what I can see, information where so future.
We're breaking up quite a bit. We're not able to get a
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
what you're saying here.
I'm getting like every third word.
Adjusting my mic because it kept up. But
It's all good.
no, she's just relaying that the ability that she uses is more about finding where things lie as far as she knows, not necessarily past.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We've had some information. We have yet to speak to Porig. Maybe they can enlighten us in some things that we uncovered. And of course, you can, out of character, ask questions as you please through the articles. I imagine we're going to spend here at least hours at this stage looking through these books. It takes quite a while to scan through them. And then, if you are asking questions and wanting to go through the information beyond what has been presented to you, then we can go into saying you're here for more hours, right? That kind of thing. Again, try not to confuse you. You definitely pulled almost a rabbit, multiple rabbits out of the same hat. There's a lot of things here of information, and all I really want you to pay attention to is that lore document that I provided. I don't think that there's anything else beyond that you need to focus on right now. The stuff with the timekeepers and the correspondence and those like letters stuff, right? That kind of goes a little bit above and beyond what I think that you all should try to interpret, except for those that might be the wizardy type of intelligent-like characters that are wanting to truly figure what's going on. Until perhaps Porig, again, can enlighten you with more things about that. All right. So we're going to take a 10-minute break here. So we'll come back at about 7:01 p.m. PST. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And we will see you in a bit. Bye.
Hey. Okay, I need to go eat now.
All right. We should be good to go. Should be back here. I'll play transition off to the break screen. My mind after the morning group, I tell you what, I am toasted. I'm trying to do my best here, and then we got lore on top of it. I keep going. So thanks for joining us. Welcome back. Went to the break here, 10 minutes or so, and coming back here, I did provide some information that was misleading to the party, simply because the notes for this delved in, and there's a couple things. Now, the first thing, the only thing that I kind of misspoke about was the Catarlanga thing, and that is simply because I got it confused with the river due south of that, which is known as the River Koa, which is actually where the treaty is. Now, it is called the River Koa, which is a treaty of the river. And that is why the river is named as such as the River Koa. That's not Catarlanga, right? So all you need to know is that's referred to as the Treaty of the River, or River Koa, and is a treaty made with the Rangers of Niflheim and the Zalnir Enclave, which are druids that protect a congruence to the elemental planes. And that treaty was made nearly 8,000 years ago. Okay. The notes are for this, by the way, in History tab of the Simple Quest, so let's keep documenting things. This also help build a library for other groups and such, and continue to pull my notes and copy them over here as much as possible. I do have to change them so there's no spoilers, nothing like that. Now, this treaty has existed in the hearts and minds of the people who thrive in the Defense Forest, as well as inscribed upon the Tree of Mar, which is why Oromar is called what it is. The treaty states the Rangers of Niflheim have rights to freely hunt and forage south of the Koa, and cannot cross the river unless under dire threat. Trade between the Rangers and Zalnir often occur along the river's edge due north of Oromar, which is what I was alluding to with the text. How do I get to the congruences? What's a good place to teleport? The Oromar is the best place to teleport. Not only can you be teleporting to Oromar and be close to the congruence, but also there's Zalnir that actually trade with the Rangers. So if you're wanting to interact and try to negotiate some sort of thing or whatever, you can actually do that without encroaching upon their territory, which is what I was alluding to. And hopefully this makes sense here. Now, Zalnir hold all rights north of the Koa, and they do not allow anyone entry into the Niflheim, and have shown hostile aggression to those that seek the treasures of the Niflheim. The treaty is also well known and written paper in the tavern called the River House along the River Koa and the Blue Road. The Blue Road is the road that crosses through the Niflheim, and it is lit with blue lights, like everlight crystals and wispy kind of type ferns that produce these bioluminescent pollen, which is what gives it the Blue Road. Gives it the name the Blue Road, because it's blue, it glows blue. It is up for display for travelers and adventurers to kind of heed warning at that crossing, because there's a bridge there at that river house that crosses over the River Koa, or to many in the Defenologist known as the Koa. A copy of the treaty is kept in the Catarlanga. This typed here. Is I copied over? There you go. Catarlanga, and on several warning signs. So Catarlanga is a village, and it is a crossing. It also has a ferry, and so there are going to be like warning signs there on poster boards that are going to have a copy of this as like, hey, by the way, don't get off the road. So if you're going to go south of here, and you're going to take the Blue Road, don't get off the road. Because if you get off the road, there's chances of the Zalnir coming on your ass, and that's kind of what they're warning here. Now, it's put on display also in the local watering hole that also serves as a ferry service, and that is called Synthril's Crossing, and that is before traversing the Blue Road. Okay? All right, so that's there. And then I went ahead and typed the location article for Oromar, which is just going to kind of give you what information you already had. And so now we'll come to the next bit of information, which is the Knight's Kiss. So, the Knight's Kiss, there is a island that exists out into a particular sea, and this sea is, in terms of perspective, it is very close to the continent of Picurus, which is east in their ocean, which is very near the Tolkavarus Republic. And it essentially serves roughly about 40 or so nautical miles off the coast. It is an island that is not very large, and it has been rumored to have some sort of entrance into underground territories known as the Dark Abyss, which is very similar to how we encountered the Grey Dwarfs long ago. And those Grey Dwarfs come from underneath the ground. Even though out in the middle of the sea, the island still has a connection, rumored to be very isolated. Beyond that, trade, travel from adventurers, people that were wanting to exchange goods, many of them do not return. Many of those that hail to the shores, shipwrecked, ruined, do not return. Those that do return speak that in the jungles of that island, they were ambushed and attacked by unseen attackers. That they did as they could to defend themselves against poisoned arrows. And as they retreated for their boats, they get upon them, row out to their dock ships on the island. And as they boarded those ships, they would see figures upon the shoreline carrying the bodies of those that were slain in the ambush. And they would move them to the shore, and they'd put them on display. In the histories of the Knight's Kiss, those that were captured promptly removed themselves in life upon being captured. And those that said much of anything, they called themselves the Knight's Kiss. Their trademark is leaving the subtle lips with a very peculiar pollen coating those lips, chanting it with some magic that lingers, planting it. Knight's Kiss being good night. Generally speaking, that the people that perished this organization perished with a letter with these lips. Last things that these people ever saw, read, felt. Reminder. There's nothing more to the magic that any of these articles will tell you upon those lips and that pollen. Simply that was placed there so the pollen wouldn't fall off. But the kiss would linger on the paper, the parchment, the scroll, maybe the nape of the collar of their victim. They believe that the same people that guard that island off the coast of the Tolkarvas Republic, vicarious continent, that sea. They believe that those are where the Knight's Kiss come from. Training and sending these people out to the world. Perhaps letting them off the island, travel across. The information is vague at that point. So 2 bits of information you understand is that they believe the Knight's Kiss to come from one particular island with one particular people that do not allow anyone onto the island. And those that find themselves upon that island are met with a swift death. And then victims are put on display as a warning. The people are extremely quiet, stealthy, using through the environment, I suppose, as a ranger or rogue type. The ones that make their way to mainlands tend to be isolated, alone, put to the task by coin, by reward, and they have no allegiance otherwise. When they are captured, most of the things in here are going to find that it's rather strange that they don't say who hired them. They don't divulge any secrets. They have no allegiance, right? So it's rumored at that point these people must go through some very rigorous, violent, turbulent childhood and training to be able to remain silent, even when the only allegiance they have is to coin. Beyond that, nothing. Perhaps some information on the trade that they do, poisons, variety of them. Are able to make them, use them, found upon them. They generally have Beskar weaponry and armor, suggesting that they might have intercepted exports of the Temerian Republic, stolen them. That's all I got for you.
Sounds good. Sounds like a lovely bunch of people.
Yep.
You can fix her, Costas.
I mean, she's just had a rough childhood.
That's all I can give you. I mean, there's not going to be anything else in here just simply because it's...
That was good. That was plenty of info.
Yeah. Enough for Costas, hopefully, to make a decision. Yeah.
They can be redeemed. But I mean, I'm not going to stop you guys from killing them. Just, yeah.
Should be redeemed of their Beskar.
I mean, yes, of course. That's,
Yeah, the Beskar.
that goes
Take it
without
from
saying. That part goes without saying. I'm just saying, I will be doing non-lethal damage. You guys do what you want.
non-lethal damage, huh? Okay.
I'm cutting her head off.
All them non-lethal smites coming back into play.
Yeah, I'll be smiting non-lethally.
Smiting non-lethally, guys.
Oh my god.
I'll be hugging them with radiant damage. With the warm embrace of the Lord. That hurts.
Just imagining you running up and hugging somebody and then spontaneously lighting on fire.
They give the island a name. Give the island the name, the Isle of Shadow. They coin the Knight's Kiss as assassins. Assassins for hire.
How does one even hire assassins where you can't even go to their main island?
Really the question, isn't it? The book itself
People
will
with
tell
either
you. Go ahead.
unlimited airline miles or private jets.
Hmm.
The book will tell you that if you are wanting some of this from work, going to the shady corners of the the world, Tars, looking for desperate need, you might find one, chance upon one, connection to a connection to a connection. It seems as though correspondence generally is communicated through the kissing of a piece of paper or an envelope, the trademark of them.
Can I tell them to kill their old contractor? I could take a hit out on the person who took a hit out on me. That viable option.
I mean, you are rich, so
One bit
I
of
just think it's funny
information.
either way.
One bit of information this book will have is part of their calling card, kissing and that sort of thing. If you're wanting a service of one and you're unsure, let's say, you go into a shady establishment and you're wanting to figure out, right? You go in there in terms of darkness at night and you blow a kiss to the moon.
Seems like a great
We'll
way
do
to
that.
contact them. Let's book with this.
So, if you're thinking you might be in the presence of one, you're wanting to gain an audience, maybe you have a contract you want bid out, you want to hire one. As simple as that. Low kiss.
To the moon, right? Not to them directly.
Well, generally to the moon, to the sky, to the darkness. Some fashion of blowing a kiss in that realm. That's probably what this book was going to tell you as well. I mean, how would they be able to find one and figure it out, right? So that kind of thing. it most likely would have to be able to call one, be able to figure out how to get one. And again, going to these establishments across how many Knight's Kiss are really out there, right? What's the numbers of them? What's the volume of them? That's incredibly difficult to do. So, we're talking about stories that these people would say is that I was looking for what? My cousin, right? Man, oh man, did I hate my cousin. Took my right fat pig right from under my nose. Slaughtered it, and I was going to sell it. That kind of thing. Pity contracts, not enough. That farmer would be found dead. Even trying to get a contract with Knight's Kiss. We're talking about the lines of the assassination of a queen. Tracing it back all the way to such and such establishment, and then saying, from there, talking with them, there was one gentleman that came in. They blew a kiss. And from there, they were accompanied by a figure that arose from a nearby table. They disappeared in the nearby alleyway and I couldn't catch them. The kiss was found upon the envelope, detailing how beautiful that this person was, and the kiss placed right at the end of that letter. The envelope was found on the body of the person that was assassinated. That is the Knight's Kiss. Out of character questions. Dustin's losing it. I can tell.
No, I'm trying to process all this because I wasn't around for the original assassin thing. So I'm just trying to process all
Yeah.
all the lore tonight. That's all.
All they were. This party's only been chanced upon. So someone's put a contract out for you. The question really is who put a contract out for you?
Right.
Who sent an assassin of the Knight's Kiss? Assassin that is capable of assassinating queens and kings and lords and ladies. People with armed guard in the tens to near maybe even 100. Right? Sent them to kill all of you.
And to be fair, when we learned
Or
of it,
kill one of us.
we had no idea who the hell the Knight's Kiss even were. We were given the name and we're like, okay, well, some jackass is trying to kill us. What else is new? And we kind of forgot about it for months on end until Costas died.
Yep.
Has this assassin attacked the whole party or just one person?
No, that was the only move that we ever saw them make, apart from that poisoned baguette, which we found because.
And the poisoned baguette was who?
It does seem like they're targeting me. The poison baguette was also me. The poison.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm saying. Like, it may not even be. Right? So looking at this the wrong way, it may not be about the party and who hired them to kill the party. It may be who has Costas pissed off.
The thing is that it's very possible they picked a thing with me, but there was also a thing where I remember when the Knight's Kiss first tried to poison my baguette, there's a rumor that there was a hit taken out on the party as a whole. The thing is, that was only a rumor. So it is totally possible there was just a
this
rumor.
this is all information that comes from the
Wayward
root bar.
And then, it was only actually me, and then, rumors being rumors, it said it was the whole party.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to figure out the whole assassin thing now.
Yeah, there's actually a shitload of reason to assassinate Costas. I mean, his mom is basically trying to become the king, so.
Yep.
Well, and he's Costas, too.
Yeah, also true.
Yeah, besides his personality, his mom is essentially the aspiring queen of this land. So there's like
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because I mean, after the assassin said something too, didn't she? After you were killed or knocked down.
The thing is, too, I think maybe I'm higher on the priorities list for some reason because of how they keep targeting me. But the fact they didn't, if it was just me, I feel like they would have just coup de grassed it and got out. Like, they kept fighting Dirty Joe. That's the thing.
I mean, they kept fighting me after they killed you because I was actively shooting back, and I had her pinned.
I
And
know,
as
like,
soon as she got free, she dipped out.
Deuces. And she came back specifically to see you later that night in disguise.
I don't know.
Also
I don't
true.
know if it's just that they're like higher priority, like have me as like a higher priority target. If it's just a ton of coincidences or something, I don't know what's going on. Because I think
Well,
it's totally possible I'm just a high priority target for some reason. So like for whatever reason they're targeting us, maybe they're targeting the whole Wayward ones, but I'm like was at the front. Like for example, we pissed off some lich and I was the guy that smacked him in the face while everyone else was kind of standing behind me. That's totally possible. So he's like, kill the Wayward ones, Costas in particular at the very top. So it's just like,
all right. Or, you have this group that goes after high-profile targets, and their whole motive is to assassinate kings and queens or assassinate people
Yeah.
of high figure. Your mother has just been placed in high figure. Technically, would make you sort of a prince, Costas, or sort of right under her.
right
If as a
now,
means to get to your mother, might be after you.
I mean, the thing is, again, we know that they're targeting the Wayward ones because of the Rudikar, I think. But
But you just said that. But when you were talking about it, you said it was all rumor.
well, it was a rumor from a reliable source, so it
Yeah,
might be
so-
twisted somewhat. But we
Well, it
say
comes
that it has
from-
great truth.
It comes from Marvin, right? Marvin up on the theme.
good old Marvin.
was like, this is the token card of the Knight's Kiss, coming at you in the shadow. That's why the Isle of Shadow is named as such. And dispensing poison as their first avenue of approach to get you. Something so elaborate in their mechanism they can kill you, and you wouldn't even know that you died from what it was or who did it. That is the MO. Anybody that is able to do something such as that, be able to set all of those cards in line, and then for it to come to fruition, has to be at a caliber of the Knight's Kiss. And that's where the name was dropped. And that's where you started to figure out that this assassin is somebody that is high up there. Then, knowing that after all of that time has surpassed, through the Ismar and coming, all that stuff, still on your trail. Still following, still researching, still trying to understand. Now taking an attempt at your life directly. And leaving the calling card.
So yeah,
so
you know
Marvin
what?
though
They
was
never said it was a group assassination. They just said it was the Knight's Kiss. Okay.
yeah. So that's what that's what I'm saying is the way information was heard, and I'm new to this, so like I'm probably looking at it from a different angle, right? So what Marvin was reacting to was the poisoned baguette, and saying that's exactly how the Knight's Kiss would do this, and kind of their MO, this, that, and the other. And that was targeted at you, Costas, right? Because that was your baguette, I'm assuming.
Okay,
Not
yeah, I
necess-
think that.
we, Marvin told us about the assassin before we discovered the baguette. We were paranoid about stuff because he told us that we were being targeted when we were looking for safe haven through him, because we were in town and we were afraid that Damodar was going to try to assassinate us or do something untoward. Unfortunately, my other notebook is at home. I did not
Yeah.
bring it with me, so I don't remember the particulars of exactly what those circumstances were, but from what I vaguely recall, it wasn't specifically directed toward Costas. It was more just us at a whole, or maybe it had something to do with Thea, because I think she was talking to him.
I think it was the bakery. That bakery was the place that you had gone to before, or it was more or less
I'd never
that
been there before.
you were shopping around or something. I'd have to
Is
look
that
at my
when-
stuff too, but you're up in Othema at this point, and it was more or less right. We're talking about the whole thing with Regmore, right? And it was at the tail end of that, almost like after the fact of that, and you wanted to get to a safe house at that point because of what had been occurring. And we talk about the effort of being brought in food and other things, right? But that was not what Marvin had done, right? You wanted to check to see if it had poison in it because you were so concerned about the food that Marvin had brought. But it wasn't the food that Marvin had brought, it was already the food that you had on you. because the food that you had on you, the baguettes, were actually in your possession before you went and visited Regmore, before you did the whole Damodar thing in Regmore's house.
Look,
That
there's only one way
the
to be
baguettes
sure
happened
here.
before that.
Was that right?
There's only one way to be
No.
short here. Next time we get back to a town, we just put Costas out there again. We surround him,
But
and when she tries to kill him again, we jump in.
even if
That's what I'm
that's
saying.
true or
Clearly,
not,
I'm good bait.
yeah, even if that's true or not, you don't have anything to go off of to say that Costas isn't the target of the group, because both efforts were made, be it the poison baguette, right, being more of an accidental thing or not. That happened to Costas, and then the second thing was that Costas directly.
Let's be honest. Who in the group would just It wasn't a place he'd been before. He was just shopping around and he saw a baguette shop and he went in and was like, "I'm gonna buy baguettes." Who else in the group would spontaneously see a baguette shop and be like, "Baguette time"?
I mean,
That
Joe
was
had done that
targeted.
before, but I think the point we're trying to get at here is that both of them happen to be opportunistic because of the fact that Costas was either exclusively or mostly alone at the time. Now, we could interpret that in two ways. Either the assassin is targeting Costas, and that's why he was hit particularly each time, or it's just because he was either alone or had only one other person with him at the time. That's why the assassin decided to strike then. We really have no way of knowing at this point.
We're missing. It's the most simple explanation. If you're an assassin that's trying to take out this legendary group of fighters, you're not going to fight them all at one time. You want to pick them off one by one. And Costas is, well, there's no arguable here. He's usually the most opportune target to hit.
True.
Yeah, he's
Shiny.
usually off doing some shit.
So shiny.
Shit.
Glowing, swaying that hair, the streets. Hey, it's good. Hey, say hi to your mother. Love you. All right.
What? And this is what I don't know.
It's like a
is like,
politician.
what did you guys do in or on the way to Othema as a group that would have gotten somebody to go to this extreme?
This was so long ago.
That's the tricky thing. Like, I don't exactly remember, but I remember that was around the exact same time that we were getting into Thea's backstory, where her brother is like a gangster now that's starting a syndicate with some other powerful houses around, and they were now aware of her presence and she was pissing some people off. And yeah, that was all a thing. So, like, naturally, internally, I kind of assumed that they were connected, but we don't really know. We never actually
Okay.
established it. We just kind of fucked off to Ismar after that and forgot about the whole thing.
They have mentioned that if it was going to be who they thought would come after them, they believed, if I recall correctly, they believed that it would be them and not an assassin.
Yeah, because Theo's family had some like internal assassins. They don't need to
And
like outsource it.
they did not. Thea did not believe that the assassin was coordinated by the efforts of the people that they were opposed against at that point, and reappeared, and they're also connected to. And I don't think Thea actually told you all who they were in conversation connected to.
You told Joe at least. That might have been
Yeah.
a private conversation, but
Told you. Okay, let
I
me
think there were a couple of people who learned about that.
see here. Just cycle back here. Session.
It just seems like, to me, once again, just coming from the outside, a lot of overkill for a group that goes after kings and queens to send them after an adventuring party that didn't make anybody necessarily that mad. Targeted Costas theoretically twice, from my point of view, and he has a relationship to somebody very powerful that may indeed, as somebody said, be targeted for family ties and connections, not necessarily a member of the group here. However, it is impacting the group at this point.
Well, at the same time, is it overkill really? I mean, At this
Okay.
point, we're dragon slayers. Like,
So I'm going to give you this bit of information. This will help. So Guildmaster Chow Razam with the Rudikar told you that the Balts, a notorious gang out of Elyon, which is Temeria, made sort of pushed out by them, now taken to Arthuria most likely. They have increased activity. They have shown up, and they have shown up in some pact, an agreement with the Denkosh, a mining guild that seems to have some relationship in moving what is known as crystal. So the
Well,
Balts
yeah,
and
we
the
did-
Denkosh are together, moving crystal. Then they told the Balt history, which comes from, how the person was related to one of the individuals of one of the houses of Elyon, was moving things like shady shit like that, and then they were kind of thrown out and became this whole catch the fugitive type deal, and then they fled. And the Hawk is a new player in Alathan that arrived a few months ago, and they have been trying to figure out if the Hawk and their associates are now in league with the Balts and the Denkosh in their movement of the crystal. They also talked about how the magistrate Jasmine Felina, who presides over the Alathan Council, and believed by the Rudikar the High Council is responsible for halting. So they're responsible for halting in terms of the destruction of the Far Water Company. So they were talking about how when the Far Water Company and how it was destroyed, and how the magistrate was like, no, it's fine, we don't have to do anything. They're Imperial College mage, they're kind of anointed here, kind of presiding over it. And they thought maybe perhaps that the Hawk and associates had some responsibility for manipulating because they coincided in terms of time. The time that the Far Water Company got destroyed and the time that the council got taken over by this magistrate. I would say not taken over, but presided over, right, by this magistrate. And then also the rumors, right, that the Hawk was here, right? That all three kind of happened very simultaneously, which is why the Rudikar believe that there's a connection. So the assassin comes into play when you're talking, in my notes here, it comes into play because you did not tell any information to Guildmaster Chow Razam at all about that. You were just simply asking information. So the Guildmaster Chow Razam does not know nearly as much as Marvin does, who was up there at Othema, unless they, shared information. Because you did not want to spread anything else that would cause problems, anything that would kind of turn up and have issues, that kind of thing. Because it says in my notes here, you were suspicious that the more people you told, the more opportunities that whoever was sent after you would understand your whereabouts, your connections, that kind of thing.
what I want to say is I don't think it's. Well, first of all, yeah, it could definitely be connected to that. They totally would send assassins after us. But I don't think it's overkill at all, actually, because let's be honest, they've already failed twice. I mean, they got damn close, but like, if you didn't pull it off, even when they only attacked us when we were already split, like they attacked two of us alone, and they
No.
got damn close, but they still failed in the end. So like,
They-
I don't
she
know if
said,
you
though,
can
she
call it
didn't-
overkill.
She didn't attack two of you guys. She attacked you. And trying to get away when DJ attacked her. And she had to fight back to get away.
Well, that's just what I'm saying. It is not really overkill to take it. If you're taking a hit out on us, like as collectively or one of us, it is not really it's not really overkill to employ the Knight's Kiss, since I don't really think anything less would stand a reasonable shot, since even the Knight's Kiss already failed. Like,
But you also, at this point, you have to remember when you guys think this person was employed, you weren't at the status you are now.
I mean,
I
roughly,
mean, we
maybe like a
kind
level
of
lower.
were.
Oh, were you?
Maybe
We'd-
like
Okay.
level 12 instead of level 13, but like,
We'd already Ithrin. We were known as the Dragon
Yeah.
Slayers, and that
Okay,
was like
okay.
widely
Yeah.
known.
The
We were kind of famous.
the Guildmaster Chow Razam conversation, that's two parts. The first part of that conversation happened before the first attempt of assassination took part. and then the second conversation took after the point when you came back. So the Guildmaster
Maybe I'm
Chabrazam,
off base.
the Guildmaster Chabrazam conversation set a premise of information to you after. That's why you had that information from Guildmaster Chabrazam in the first part. Then the assassination kind of happened, and then you started to have an idea, which was then relayed to Marvin. And then you went back, and we're trying to figure out more information after the fact.
I would also like to mention that I am strategically probably one of the more like valuable targets to an assassin just because I have healing magic. So if you're trying to take us out in like combat, the guy that can heal us. I don't know. I have heal and revivify, so like it's if you're trying to assassinate, makes sense.
I guess it comes down to the fact that we still don't really know. Out of all the information we gathered, we don't really know. It's logical that you could be the targeted individual, but it's also logical that it could have just been opportunity as was presented.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
you
it-
make a great target, but we don't really know.
I think it would also be a little bit redundant to try to figure out which way. I mean, obviously, they're going to move at Costas regardless if he's the target or not, given the fact that they went over him twice. The baguette thing happened after Redmore. So, giving you a little bit of a timeline. You had Guildmaster Shahrazam give you the information about Baltz, Denkosh the Hawk. Then you had the thing with Regmore. Then you had the first attempt. Talked to Marvin, went back to the Guildmaster Shahrazam. And then we have all these sessions in between that, Ismar, all this other stuff that happened. Came back. Second attempt. That's the timeline of events. So regardless if it's directed to you, Costas, or not, it doesn't matter. It's redundant. Because you're part of the party wants to defend you, right? Even if it's gonna
I'm just trying to like
Are you-
say that it very well makes sense that
Yeah.
could be concepts.
Sure. So what are we going to do now? We have this information provided. We understand that there is potentially a massive contract that's been put after one or all of your heads by some associate that you believed in my notes believed to have some relation to the Baltz, Denkosh, and the Hawk. That's what I have in my notes.
So
I think it was like Othala wanted to stay a little bit longer, right?
I mean, the thing is that I'm fine with that, since especially like while we are here, I don't think we need to worry too much about the assassin. Like they didn't come to Ismar. I don't think they're gonna come to the time shifting island where you can only come in through a boat. Like, if they wanted to come, they can't teleport, which is their really only way of sneaking up on us. Maybe we can like take a look at a window or like off a pier every few days to make sure there's no boats coming to the island. But otherwise, they can't exactly sneak up on us. So we don't need to worry about being ambushed. We only really need to worry about being like ambushed once we leave the island. And even then, it's not like they're omniscient. They only know. And again, there's unsynced time too, so they can't really like try to predict when we leave. They might even pick up the wrong times. So they're trying to pick up the time when we leave Felgum from like internally versus like when we leave. Like it'd be really hard to like try and like pick up when we get back to Alathan. Besides literally just having people tell them when we landed in port. And it doesn't really make much difference whether that's in 10 days or 15.
Just real quick, how long have we already been in the tower since we landed? Both things been like
A day.
A day. All right. Believe if we stay technically, if we stay past the 7th day, if we stay that extra day, it'll give us another week, and it will be 8 days. We can go to a different time. We don't have to spend literally 2 weeks. It will be 2 weeks here, but not outside reality. Could take the boat and get there before the month's end, like I said before we got here. So we can just learn as much as we can, gather some more resources here, figure out, make this safer for us here.
Yes,
think-
could you learn the language of time in 2 weeks?
Do you not believe I can?
Oh boy.
Michael,
But this is a question
it's
for
15
me.
days, right?
It is 15 days. Yep.
Yeah, so I don't know how to say that in character.
I mean, it's gonna take. It takes as much time as it takes. I mean, all you have to do is say 2 weeks of time in terms of learning this language, enough to be able to speak it and read it in some regard. The studies of this will take after the fact. It's not like you're going to stop, but you're going to need to build some sort of foundation before you can move forward with your studies of the language itself. And you also to think about, you can't take the book with you unless you're going to try to initiate some sort of protocol that lets you take it with you or copy it, which is what C26 did for you before, and then stumbled into the issues of misusing credentials.
Yeah,
And then we
I
had
think what we
causes you having all those books, right? You're running out to the portal, stumbled upon yourself as you try to get out. So I think we need to come to some decision. How long are we going to be here on the island? And then what are we going to accomplish while we're here?
think the language is pretty easy to do. If we have enough days, we can find Porig, have maybe the protocols go down, have them copy whatever we copy. It's not really a lot of robots or any C2s in the other library we saw with all the spells, so that could be useful to me as Drill. There's other things too that we can do on the boat or downtown. So it's up to everybody else. I think we can spend a few days here, or we can spend a couple.
Hey, I'll just work on some brewing.
Love it.
I'm good.
I mean, I can't really think of anything else that Joe wants to do at this point in time, but I think talking to Poreg again would be worthwhile if we can get him to figure out for us how to deprogram the robot cards. And then possibly if you just boot yourself up to professor or something and take some of those books with you, we don't actually necessarily have to stay here for 2 weeks. If you spend a week of study after we do that, and then we dip, and you can just do it on your downtime. Because, I mean, like, with the time constraint, yeah, we really behove ourselves to spend 7 days here because only a day passes in the rest of the realm. But beyond that, that's when time becomes a disadvantage, because if we can only spend like a day here from an outside observer, we have time to get back and set a trap for the assassin. Beyond that, we give her more time to actually set up her own base of operations.
By the way, speaking on that, as a side, every night before the long ride, I'll be using the gift to find the current, just to keep tab.
You're cutting out.
Cut it out again.
Damn it. Okay, can you hear me now? All right. I was saying every night, Israel would be using the gift to find the current location of the assassin to keep tabs on them.
Okay. Whatever we do.
Among other things. There's that, and then we're also going to use it to try and find, this is something I've been wanting to do, the location of Balzra's lost clutch in the obelisk.
Ah. Gotcha. Okay. Were you
And then,
searching for those as mutually exclusive?
Yeah, because I think I could only do one at a time.
Interesting.
as
So
far as-
we got some things. So we got some things we got to do. Keep going. Sorry.
Let's say as far as downtime, depends if Mikey is wanting to do this. So Mikey wasn't sure what he wanted to do, but if we're spending 2 weeks here, I'm looking at the sheet. I know it says 30 days to find materials to craft one legendary item, but if 2 people are working on it, could it be 2 people spending 15 days?
I'll probably say no because then it adds it will add the problem of okay, let's all go as a party, take our
True, true.
downtime,
Yeah, you're
and
right.
divide this all up by 6 days, 6 times or whatever it is, right? Yeah, that'd be a problem.
Okay.
I can see that
No,
being a big problem.
Would probably just do the regular downtime of finding materials to craft one very rare item.
It was a good effort, though. I appreciate that.
I liked it. You had actually solid. You made some solid thing, and then all of a sudden I was like, wait, what if you take 3 divided by 6? It's like, damn, they all could just get legendaries. Quick, we're gonna take dab for 2 weeks. We gotta go legendary. Rock on. Yeah, 30 days. Sure, okay, but you want to do the very rare.
If we're doing 2 weeks, then I just do the one for very rare.
Okay, so you got a lot of things you're going on. Finding the clutch, an obelisk, and then the very rare downtime,
And then the keeping tabs on the assassin.
and the keeping tabs. Oof. Tall order for 15 days, which is what this party is out for the language, correct?
Yeah.
If we're committed to that, I'm cool with
if we
it.
could find Porg beforehand and change that professor status, that'd be great.
So we got to find Porig then. So that's the next step for the party. Let's find
Yeah,
Porig.
if we can find Porg. But if we spent, I'm pretty sure we spent hours in this library already.
Correct.
Yeah, I think for that before we find Porg, I'd want to like do something for the next day.
Well, you're in the amount of hours you've spent. I went ahead and adjust the clock. You actually did a long rest into the night, and then you spent the hours in the library. So you're already in the middle of the morning at this point, really early. We're just gonna kind of camp out here. We're gonna create Istril, Elanath, plural. That portal up.
Yeah,
Or are we gonna go back to where the portal already is?
First, Joe is gonna make another request to C26. Hey there, C26, my robot buddy. Can you find me the oldest text with reference to the name Damodar?
Calculating. The oldest text relating to the name Damodar. No text on record. Calculating. Any text with the name Damodar has been removed from the Library of Absolute.
Removed? Wait, removed by whom?
Calculating. Aha. It states in my database, classified.
Well, that is interesting. Classified by whom?
If you state your clearance, I might be able to figure it out.
Oh god.
Oh, I don't have my notes on me.
Who here is a high artificer?
I mean, I wasn't here. What's the highest over the mental link?
Not
We have the
trying to
mental
do
link
the
up?
highest. That's what screwed it up last time.
Oh, really?
Because there's limited positions.
Guys, do you want me to gamble right now?
Go for something like in the
think-
middle.
Yeah, I think you were artificer or high artificer
I
last
think
time.
you were a high
forget.
artificer. You were a high
I think
artificer.
I was.
I'll-
But I don't remember the name I used.
Just say high artificer.
Should I try Master of Tower?
No.
You guys already tried that one?
No, but that will definitely require a specific name of a master of tower.
Okay, if you guys want me to try Heart Artificer, I'm gonna make up a name. Do we
Wait a
want to
minute. Do
risk
we
it?
remember the names of the archmages from the Genie Room?
Those would have been like archmages, though.
Yeah, the
And there
archmages
can
from the
only
Genie
be
Room.
one, and it would have known that they were no longer authenticated when they died. I think that's
No,
a bad gamble.
do you remember
The
the
only
name?
one
That was
on my
extremely
notes that I
smart.
have.
Do you remember
I,
that? I would like to. What are the names of the archmages from the Genie Room? What were the names?
Hold on. Wait, just wait, Lucas. That's all you're saying.
I just said in my notes I just have one name of a high artificer, Marvin, Mar. So
Yep.
just gonna think that's a Joe if I can.
Okay.
Did you type that out somewhere?
Uh, what I got?
All right, guys, want me to try it?
What about
But
that dude Magellan that we heard about? Would
No,
he be a?
he's
No.
not from here.
Hmm.
Okay. I have an idea. I can try to change shape into one of the statues we saw. And I can take the name on the plaque.
Why
Under
would you
no
want to be a
circumstance.
statue? That's not going to help us.
You already almost got us killed the last time we were here. No more shenanigans from you. You sit down, be quiet, and read. All the
Okay.
rest of y'all, do you want me to try to be Marvin or no? Or do we want to gamble? Because if we do, we probably have to run out of here and then out of the towers again.
What happens if? I don't understand.
Their
If we
defenses
get it wrong, they summon a whole bunch more of them robots and they try to kill us again.
You see those big ones over there? They start coming here.
What happens if we go try to destroy those before we do this?
Well, we fight with a whole bunch of robots again and we possibly almost die.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think we just maybe try that name.
The only thing I would recommend is, like, for example, you wouldn't say Archmage Porig because then they would be able to verify that you were not Archmage Porig. But if you say you're this other headmaster that they already know, it could result in the same kind of deal.
Well, yeah, but there can only be one at a time, right? And like that particular one wouldn't be any good because he's still alive and they see him almost every day. All the rest of these folks are dead, so we could stand in as whoever.
Why don't we just make this easy? Who's that Patrick guy? Make us a position with this thing, and we're fine then.
Wait, who's Patrick?
I don't know.
Porig.
The guy.
Porig.
Who can I say? And move over there. No,
I mean, can he just not
this
give
is
us positions?
Patrick.
The other question is, do we need to give a name? Like, could we just give what position we hold?
Yeah, I think maybe unless they ask for a name.
Actually, I think he might be right. They didn't ask us the names until after we gave a position that was already spoken for. I think it's been a while. I don't really remember. Again, do you want me to try?
If you're gonna try something like that, then go with something a bit more plain, like Artificer or Professor.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure I used High Artificer before, so I'm gonna try that again. Just give him the title. Hey, C26.
How can I help you?
I would like to know who classified all mention of the name Damodar, and please declassify it. I am the High Artificer.
Calculating. High Artificer. Rank. Above Artificer. And below Professor. Your rank is not adequate to bypass security measures. I'm sorry.
Thank you for your time. Okay, guys. I cannot try to change my rank. This guy will think it's sus. So somebody else needs to try something higher than that. Maybe Head Professor or Room Guardian? I don't think we tried them before.
Did say I was feeling like a little bit of a room guardian today. Just don't have any don't know any room guardians or what that holds, so we're just gambling here.
Did you ask who classified it, and he wouldn't tell you?
They did not mention that, no. And nor do I think they would have to me, because I'm not a high enough level, apparently.
Yeah, they said it was classified.
They said who classified it was classified too?
Yep.
No, well,
Implicitly, but they didn't actually mention that.
Okay.
is there anything else I can help you with?
Do you have a favorite color?
I have several. Blue, red, and yellow.
But which one is your favoritist?
I'm in favor with all of the primary colors.
Okay, thank you.
I fell in love with the primary colors when helping design the Chamber of Colors.
Oh. Who else designed the Chamber of Colors?
Several models of the C2 series, Mark IIIs, 3 professors, 2 rune guardians, 1 master of tower,
What were the names of the Rune Guardians?
the rune guardians of when you're saying the rune guardians can help making the Chamber of Colors.
Yes.
Why's
So
everything
3
so quiet?
So 3 rune guardians. I'm gonna list them out to you: Jordan Twistbeard, Lisa Tailwind, Bowzu Baneford.
Thank you, C26. It's very hateful of you.
You're welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with?
What? I have a question. Well, two questions really. One, can you tell me what level can declassify the Damodar stuff? Like, who do we need to try to find?
Calculating.
Is the first question.
Rank of head professor or higher will unlock this information you seek.
Thank you. And do you find me some kind of like easy to read book on brewing, please?
Calculating. Easy to read book on brewing. What rank are you, student?
What rank am I in brewing?
Rephrasing. Felgum, student. What year are you?
Oh, I'm not a student actually.
Calculating. Only students and other rank of Felgum researchers are allowed into the Library of Absolute. Do you have a visa?
Oh,
Please
Oh,
present.
sorry.
I'm
Excuse
sorry.
me.
Said visa.
See-
I
2-6.
misunderstood. I misunderstood what you said. I'm an initiate.
An initiate. All students entering Felgum begin as initiates. What year are you, student?
First year.
First year, initiate, Felgum, student. Calculating. Aha! I have a book just for you. One moment.
Man, I wanted to say Rune Guardian so bad. I was debating. I was
Dude,
debating.
you just got all the names. You should have gone for it.
Yeah, but I also don't know which ones you guys used last time.
We never used any Rune Guardians. That's why I asked the names.
Oh,
Comes
Oh
back
my god,
quickly.
we can have 3 Radiant Guardians. Let's go.
First year. This book is Alchemy and Herbology 101. Brewing. Begins to open the book towards you. Brewing.
I'll reach out and grab it. Thank you.
The element of heat, added in later chapters. It is where first years begin. The forge is the first part. Finding materials, grinding them, turning them into samples, and then turning them into something else. Good luck.
Thank you.
Now the question is that actually useful information for Kit?
Kit, you look at this book, and it is jibber jabbish. It is way too confusing, but it's got some nice pictures in it.
I will just look like I'm so deep into the book,
It's
like
like-
I understand everything and I'm figuring it out.
three dozen terms for like this glassware that you need to have upon even attempting to use the book, right? Essentially all these like container devices, different types of glassware are used for containing versus like dispensing, and just all varieties of things. This is basically the beginning book towards alchemy.
Matter of fact, I will bring the book over to the table here. I'll pull out my brewer's kit and I'll start putting stuff on the table as I'm reading the book, like I know what I'm doing, and the book's helping me.
Pipette. What is a pipette? What is a beaker?
Is there
Pretty
anything
much.
else I can help you with?
Hey, would you say I look like who do you think I look like?
You look amazing.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was just wondering if you recognized me, to be particular.
Calculating. C26 and other C2 models lack most interface of visual interpretation.
You do you?
Detecting magical presence. Unable to detect magical presence. Error. C2 models detect by magic. I cannot detect.
Over the mental link. Can I tell my Maroon Guardian? Can I tell my Maroon Guardian?
If you really want to, it might save some time later. Go for it.
You see, I've been experimenting with a new spell to hide my magical presence. I'm actually Valzu. Valzu Baneford.
Calculating. Calculating. Aha!
And roll initiative.
I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?
Of course, there's an authentication phrase.
Could you put it in chat, please?
God damn it, you've done it again.
Timer initiates now.
I suck at riddles.
Can I make an intelligence check
And-
to help me?
Kit would have no clue.
You hear a ticking coming from C26.
It's some kind of a sound thing?
Hey, Michael, can I make an intelligence check so I get a hint?
I know what it is. Are we able to share the answer?
I'm thinking leaves, but like,
We all
If you,
heard
if
it,
you have
so
the
yeah.
answer, you gotta share it. Ticking is going.
yeah, Israel. What?
Try echo.
Echo.
Correct. Ticking
Thank
gets
you.
the start.
Hope so. One of
Yes.
my weapons is named after it.
Dude, inspiration for Istria right now. That was awesome.
Greetings, Valzu Baneford, Rune Guardian. How can I help you today?
I'd like to declassify those earlier things you mentioned about the Damodar stuff.
Declassifying information on Damodar. Information was classified by Headmaster Porig.
Mm-hmm.
Texts have been removed by Headmaster Porig.
I see. I was gone for a bit. Did you guys get copies of all the books?
We did not.
Okay. All these books that we have right here, I like copies of all of them that we can take to go.
This will take some time. Will you be here a while?
You can start on it now.
I will start on it now. Rune Guardian, Valzu, Baneford. It is a pleasure to be of service.
And it's a pleasure to have your service.
You can start making
Mr.
copies.
Thank you so much.
Good job,
Israel,
Bradley.
that was some quick thinking. Great job.
Yeah, my mind was
great.
100% on like some kind of nature thing. Like I was thinking like wind, leaves. I heard like people say the trees hear you speak. I was like, was Valsu a druid? Like I was like, oh,
Well, it helps that echoes are something that I've studied a bit.
yeah, thanks.
Be good to have these copies though.
Right. So as you are here, the copies are beginning to be made. Are you doing anything in particular while the copies are being made?
Are we going on the boat or are we staying here?
I think in the immediate future, we're probably just chilling here for a bit. We already said we wanted to talk to Porig again.
For a couple minutes here of chilling?
Well, look who just popped in.
Porig Lord. Oh, Porig's bugged. Hold on. On
Think
my
of the
screen.
Borg.
On my street, Porg is bug. Okay, Porg, come back. There's Porg. So not using the platform particularly from the area, but maybe using a teleportation circle or teleport to connect to a teleportation circle. They have registry, right? That kind of thing. Porg is going to emerge. They hold themselves to the pipe in the left hand, old and withery, with the kind of wrapping upon the head and the great big gray beard. They have their quarterstaff, the walking stick, and the common clothes of the robes overdraped. They're going to look at you. They're also going to look at particular one individual who is Othala, who currently holds the staff of power. Oh. Well, seems so you've spent some time in the Dragon's Hoard. C26, why was the information declassified? Rune Guardian, Valzu, Baneford. Begins to point with the mechanism in the direction of Costas. Oh.
I do a little bow.
You see as they begin to squint at you. Valzu's been dead for hundreds of years.
You should clear
Valzu
unused profiles.
You know reincarnation spells exist, right?
Oh, of course. Some students of Felgrim, well, it could be a clone spell of some kind, maybe a new body. Reincarnation, Bowser. How peculiar. Well, welcome. Welcome back. Nice to have you. I'm absolutely as yours as always. C26, C2 the Evans, and let's be getting back to it.
Org, why was the information classified in the first place?
What was that?
The
Why was the
information.
What did you say?
The information. Why was it classified in the first
Oh.
place?
1 moment.
Oh, great.
Here we go.
Purple and pink calculating spread about their eyes. What the hell? What are you all doing here? Are you back here?
We're figuring things out, learning information.
And you happened to have killed me the last time, so I couldn't let that stand. You know.
Well, you're still alive, aren't you?
Yeah.
Wait, you couldn't let it stand?
Eventually.
You gonna come for some vengeance? Huh?
No, just for completion. We got no hard feelings towards you.
Right. C26, why are they here?
We're learning.
Tell me, Monotone. This is Rune Guardian Valzu Baneford. Begins to list all the articles and texts and other things that you have grabbed and snagged over the period of time. Stares at you. Costas. Valzu, huh?
Yeah.
Right.
I have great echo magic.
Huh. Don't fuck around with anything in here. Already had to undo the mess you all created. Took me fucking forever. Alright, how to change up some of that damn Mark 8 programming. Got these monitor drones to work for me. C3 bottles.
Maybe if you told us where the storeroom and the vats were, we could help you with the Mark 8s. I am an artificer myself.
No.
Well, previous question that I had asked prior, you had classified information on Damodar.
Ask
Why?
Prior. The hell you ask about that?
I asked about it, but you weren't paying attention. Again, you classified information on Damodar. Why? Why did you remove the text on the information on him?
Folds the arms. I ain't gonna tell you.
Why not?
Guys, it won't do you any good. And it's gonna ruin my peace.
What if
I
we
mean,
could keep
How
you
about we
close?
just ask nicely and say, please tell us?
No.
Okay, I have a somewhat related question for you. You keep the correspondence to the timekeepers with you directly, including the stuff about their gifts from the old one. What do you know about it?
What do you have business? Timekeepers, gifts.
Curiosity.
That's it. Aye.
What if we told you that we were chosen and we've already met Damodar and the Old One / the Devourer? What then?
It's a different story then. Bye.
Oh, well, that's all true.
The timekeepers. Renomes. Chosen. The letters that were exchanged that I've kept. Chamber of the Archmage. Chambers of me, headmaster. Kept them. They speak. Timekeepers in their words. That they were given gifts because they were chosen. Old one's got some tricks. Gifts come from the old one. Seems as though the Isle of the Blessed also share something with this Isle of Time. Waters, touched, gifted, empowered. At the heart of their institution was an obelisk of time fracture. Something of well studied and valued, but also kept hidden. Not for the prying eyes of the outside. Which is why the timekeepers didn't run a school of wizardry like we did at Felgen. We didn't have something that was able to turn to the past into the future. But lo and behold, through the experiments of the timekeepers, the past and the future and the present was not exactly as they predicted. You see, in some of the experiments of rats and other marsupial creatures that they brought to the obelisk, the time would not distort them. Time continuously channeled and changed them. The timekeepers, not the rats. Lab experiment rodents. No, the timekeepers. And it changed them to previous versions of themselves. Young as they were. They went to the future. They watched themselves wither away. But they themselves were some form of stasis. As if they weren't actually doing anything. They went too far in the past, they became someone else. New memories, a new life. Confused. They kept this information hidden in correspondence only that the head professors and up of the Felgrim researchers were able to know. And they, in their last correspondence, urged a dire warning that the Old One was not to be trusted. That was the last word we got from them. They believed that the gift that they were given from the Old One, or something that they were to be chosen, was what ignited this obelisk. It had some sort of powers that go beyond what the language spoke of it. It was also a large structure deep embedded into the earth, underneath the island, and seemed to be of great wealth and something that the Old One was pleased by. It was a mistake those damn timekeepers even messed with something such as this. My guess hypothesis is they used those damn gifts of theirs simultaneously timed that they activated the obelisk. And they were met with ruin when they saw the fate of their own futures. In a stasis of the future their bodies were. They were lost. And through some cataclysmic combination of both powers to give the Old One this obelisk, it dismantled the very island itself. Consumed it. For something to activate so whether power requires a source of power. Most likely consumed them, most likely consumed the waters. Nothing was left to research after that. No one ruffling the neighboring city on the mainland would even touch it. And now it's been left. Overgrown. And change away from what the timekeepers had done. We here in Felgrim, we tucked this information away. Couldn't let the first years, the second years, third years, fourth years, fifth years, sixth years, of the initiates or high initiates learn anything about this. Nor that of even the lower faculty. Or if they knew what happened to the timekeepers, it could very well happen here on the Isle of the Blessed. Our research went awry. They look from left to right, the sizzle in their eyes. Yes, the information classified. I don't know anything of this. Say C26 Sexton Damodar. I've never heard of this name.
Oh, don't worry, man. We already figured it out. It's all good. Have yourself a good rest now.
All right, then. I'm very wary. It's quite late. It's called down here by C26. Some strange reason. Oh, no worries. The monodrone protocol, I'm sure. Pranks about by you first years. You, Valzu, Rune Guardian. Maintain your post.
One more thing before you
Keep
go.
those demons
sir.
at bay. Yes?
If we need to find you again, where do you usually hang out when you're not in the library?
Oh, in my chambers. Current residency in the chamber of the headmaster, the hot professor, and the tower archmage. Third floor, he's a teleporter. On the north side, you won't can't miss it. You come teleporting right into my chamber. I accept all audiences from first years, day and night. Burning the midnight oil, as it were.
Oh, Porig.
Oh, yes, Rune Guardian. How may I be of service to you? Has another demon escaped again? Is it that,
Well-
the one they call Bob?
As you know, I've been away for a little bit. I was wondering, what demons do we have any new demons currently in our possession?
That's a silly question, Rune Guardian. That's your post, not mine. You're the one who maintains the barriers and the wall of force about them. And those glyphs of yours? Good invention.
Yeah.
Those are secure magical items and threat of presence of demons. Only you would think of that, Valzu.
I suppose it. Yeah, thank you.
Ah, well, you
I'll take
way
a look
before
myself.
my time. How has reincarnation treated you? Have you seen many things?
Nothing I haven't seen before, but there were a few interesting things, you know. Saw some interesting food.
Food. Well, you're coming home not much. There's been some trouble with the Sunday roast.
Yes. I hear they can't get it down in the South
It's
faculty.
about 8 degrees less than it needs to be. Disappointing. But we're correcting the matter. Send out numerous correspondence in the letters, newsletters that go out weekly.
Well, Porg, I should get back to making sure Bob doesn't escape.
Oh, well, I've never heard of Bob to escape, but it always seems like the one that's tried. No matter, you've always kept him at bay. Oh, Rune Guardian, there was something I also wanted to tell you. So I've been getting some from my forgot. 1 second here, let me think.
Take all the moments you need.
Yes, if you could perhaps tend to the entry circle. It's been having quite a bit of issues. The circle that brings you in to the main chamber, the audience. There's been several students have been speaking that it has not been activating when proper. Something to do with the pendants. You can take this matter, Rune Guardian. You. Good night.
I'll take a glance at it.
Farewell. There it is. Burn the candlelight.
Well,
They teleport away.
He's a nice old chap when his head's screwed on straight. And even when it's not, he's not too bad.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a version where they're mixed.
Well, at least
That
we
guy
know where
was
he hangs out
batshit
now.
crazy.
Oh yeah, he definitely is. Like he flips back and forth between awareness and like his old geezer self that doesn't remember anything for the last 1,000 years. But you know, after all we've seen, somebody who's not in their right mind, who's otherwise kind of nice, ain't such a bad feller to be around. Even if I did get killed last time I was trying to focus his mind. Ugh, bad memory.
just don't smoke that pipe.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that again.
Well, he better be glad he started talking because I was about to make him. I grew tired of his shenanigans.
Oh, come on, man. Like, kid, we like you. Even though you're a brutal son of a bitch, but you're good at knocking heads in, and that's very welcome around here. But sometimes you don't need to kill everybody. Like, this guy's kind of cool, even though his robots are batshit insane and try to rip us apart every time they see us, but he's on the level.
Well, I wasn't going to kill him. I was just going to beat him until he told us what we wanted to know.
Oh,
Well, even that is
totally
kind, that's kind of rude, don't you think? Like, that's a mean thing to do to somebody unprovoked.
No, it's not. Not the way he was acting.
First, yeah, get a hold of yourself.
He's cursed.
You must have Giants into the wallow snap. Hallucinogenic is powerful.
Wait, where are these hallucinogenics?
The wallow snap snaps you out of reality and wallops you back in. If we have any further out of character conversation questions, anything Pork had said? Is it aligning in your minds at this point?
Yeah.
Are things adding up together?
Yeah, I think so.
Surprised we didn't get any more information on the Damodar declassification thing.
I mean, he
I
took
didn't
the
want to
books,
push
so
Porg
it might
too
be-
hard.
I feel like we could just raid his office and we'll find him.
You're literally we're gonna my chamber is open. I teleported Boric on the bed. You're just like shoving through the
That's
fucking
what he said.
Day and night.
Day and night. Okay. Is that something you guys want to get information from?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're past our time. Past our time here. Make up some previous time. Having a good time with Porg. Obviously, a hoot to roleplay for sure. Hopefully, you enjoyed that. Definitely getting through the crunch of the lore, suppose, to kind of push us through. So as far as downtime is concerned, that's kind of what we're headed, and we're going to do this between sessions, so we don't have to take up our time when we play next week. Simply put, I've kind of wrote down a few bits of information. But I would like each of you in Discord just to type up what you want to do for the 15 days, because that is the time that you have allotted to take 15 days here on the island to then begin to learn and kind of go through all these things. So if there's anything you want to do within that 15 days of the island, you can post up on Discord with all those things. But like Faith, you sent me, right? I already kind of wrote down, but just for the sake, I suppose, of your notes too, you can always type up in Discord just in case. What I'll do is when we come back in the next session, I'll have all of that ready to go, the 15 days. And so for the information about Damodar and Porg, I'll go ahead and include that bit of information as well. And so that's going to be part of the lore anyways. I'll have to type up for this session, which includes much of what we talked about, and get that all kind of going. Does anybody have any questions? No? Cool. All right, I'm going to calculate experience points.
And unrelated, but in case the rest of y'all were unaware, fried yucca, delicious.
How do you spell that?
Yucca. I mean, this is a native plant around where you live too. It's not usually used as a food item, but it's almost like a nutty potato. You boil it and then fry it, add some sauce.
That's what these
Fantastic.
plants are called. You see them all the time.
Yeah, they're everywhere. Like if you're in the Southwest, they're almost like a weed, but you can eat them and they're fantastic.
Yeah, they're literally just the spiky things. Like you just, I fucking had to like try to park next to one and like maneuver my way out without like stabbing myself yesterday.
Yeah, they're huge. And they might slash your tires, but you can eat them. They're quite good.
Hmm. Like just the stem, or like you take the leaves, or just like a fruit?
I mean, I'd Google it because I've never made it myself, but my cousin just fried it up for dinner and it was fantastic.
Fried yucca. It looks like French fries. My God.
Yeah, they're almost like sweet potato wedges.
Yucca frita. Okay, it's the root. It's the root. Mm-hmm.
Quite good, quite good.
Honestly, I could seriously just go out into the desert and like pull one up.
You literally could. Yeah, they're everywhere.
Yeah, it's-
All right. So for session 76, 1,217 experience, should put you at 142,396, and then for you, Kit, 1,695, puts you at 134,326. We're going to close out the stream now, and then after that point, we can talk about if you need any help with your level ups, because we did have this level ups. I did not really help and go through that in terms of information. So if there's anything that you want to clarify or go through on that note, I'll stick around so we can kind of go through that. Thanks so much for watching. Really appreciate it. Check us out next week, Saturdays at 4 p.m. PST, and see you later. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye.